clarification about that a little later on in the next board meeting. But tonight, we'd like to remember Dr. Bates. Thank you so much. Let us now do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much for that. At this time, board, if you have had a chance to review the agenda, I'd ask for a vote of approval. Thompson, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor of approving tonight's agenda, sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. We have an agenda. Dr. Arnold, at this time, I believe we have some recognitions.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to ask the Chief Human Resource Officer, Mr. Jim Gallagher, to start the presentation.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and co-chair. It's my great honor to be with you tonight as we recognize some special members of our ACPS family. We'll be celebrating our ACPS Teacher of the Year and our ACPS Support Staff of the Year for 2021. Our award recipients were nominated by their peers, their principal or supervisor, and by their school community. Tonight, we honor these individuals as true difference makers in the lives of children and for their unwavering commitment to every child every day. They are truly valued and appreciated members of our ACPS family. I'll begin tonight with a presentation of the support staff of the year for 2021. This is our first year of that award. In our inaugural year, we have two very deserving recipients for this award. As the ACPS support staff of the year, these recipients demonstrate the following attributes each and every day. They demonstrate exceptional skill, competence, leadership, and dedication. They're admired by and respected by colleagues, students, parents, and the community. They possess outstanding interpersonal skills and positive working relationships. They demonstrate excellence and consistency in performing the duties and responsibilities of their position. They demonstrate innovation and superior ability to solve problems. They maintain an exemplary work record of attendance and punctuality and contribute to the overall school program in University County Public Schools by displaying initiative, creativity, and collaboration. So I want to take a moment just to say that I'm grateful to have both these recipients as part of our ACPS team of educators, and I appreciate all they do for our students, for our families, and for our community. Our first recipient, is he with us today? Yes, indeed. So our first recipient tonight is Mr. Robert Jones, maintenance professional in the maintenance department, is our ACPS support staff of the year. And to present Mr. Jones is Mr. Wayne Cox.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Arnold, staff, and guests. It is an immense pleasure and honor to introduce Mr. Robert Jones, one of our inaugural recipients of the Support Staff Employee of the Year. Robert began his career 41 years ago. Yes, I did not transpose my numbers. It's a 41-year career with ACPS as a custodian at Elam Elementary School. 5 years later, he transferred to his current position, working at all of our buildings as a maintenance technician. During his time, Robert has consistently demonstrated an exceptional dedication and commitment to fulfilling his assignments professionally and promptly, while remaining considerate of our students and staff. Always helpful, Robert is well liked and respected by everyone at ACPS. The community where he is active in his church, as well as helping his neighbors. He also enjoys spending time outdoors, gardening, hunting, and fishing. Robert, congratulations on his well-deserved award, and thank you for your many years of service and dedication to every child, every day.
Thank you. And our co-recipient of the Support Staff of the Year for Amherst County Public Schools for 2021 is Ms. Blair Payne, school nurse at Amherst Middle School. And to present Ms. Payne, we have Mr. Kelly Holmes.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations, Mr. Jones. That is well deserved. And thank you for everything that you do for Amherst County Public Schools. So, in thinking about what I could say about Ms. Payne this evening, you kind of look back. Anyone that requires a police escort when you're in the community, it shouldn't be difficult to find something to say. However, Ms. Payne is amazing. As a young child, my grandmother used to sing a hymn to me, "Count Your Blessings." And at Amherst Middle School, that is definitely what we're able to do each and every day that we get to work with Ms. Payne. She is very caring. She is student-centered. She is willing to do whatever it takes to help our students be successful. And also, during this time of COVID, she reaches out and she works very hard in our community to make sure that our programs and the mitigation plans that we have in place are communicated very well and that they're carried out to keep our students safe. Ms. Payne, we are very blessed to have you at Amherst Middle School. So thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you. We turn our attention now to the Amherst County Public Schools Teacher of the Year for 2021. The ACPS Teacher of the Year is considered to be an expert in her field who guides students of all backgrounds and abilities to achieve excellence. She collaborates with colleagues, students, and families to create a school culture of respect and success. She connects families to the classroom to build strong and supportive school community. She is seen as someone who demonstrates leadership and innovation in and outside the classroom that embodies lifelong learning. Any of these qualities on their own would be indicative of an amazing educator. But for all these to be combined together speaks to the amazingly well-rounded nature of this educator who is seen in the community as a difference maker in our world. This year's recipient of the ACPS Teacher of the Year for 2021 is Miss Ruth Matheny, Reading Specialist, Elin Elementary School. And to present Ms. Matheny this evening, we have Ms. Kim Scott, the principal of Elin Elementary School.
Okay, so mine is typed out. I just want to point that out because there's so much that needs to be said and I could go on and on and on. So it's on paper. So Madam Chair and members of the board and all who are gathered here, good evening to everyone. I have the distinct honor and privilege of introducing Amherst County Public Schools Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Ruth Matheny. Ruth began her educational career as a classroom teacher. Shout out to Central Elementary School. From 2019 to 2021, Ruth has served as reading specialist for both Elin Elementary School and also shout out to Temperance Elementary School. However, given several changes due to COVID, she served in person at Elin Elementary School as our primary reading specialist for this 2021 school year. Mrs. Matheny is also known as our Canvas Learning Management System extraordinaire. Other leadership opportunities include Ruth serving on the ACPS Roadmap to Return Committee, focused on academics, helping to create the ACPS plan to return to school safely following COVID shutdown last summer. She created COVID crosswalk documents for reading to help bridge the gap for ACPS students. She also created content for the ACPS Winter Project-Based Learning, PBLs, initiative for the division. And Ruth is currently serving on the ACPS Summer School Planning Committee at the elementary level for this summer 2021. Over the past couple of years, I have observed Mrs. Matheny radiate passion and zest for learning that is reflective in her commendable achievement data and instructional practices. Mrs. Matheny is a beloved stakeholder who eagerly supports and collaborates with her colleagues, offering sound advice and expertise. Faculty and staff have all shared how she has enhanced their instructional practices and made them feel supported. Her commitment and empathy for others is valued not just by myself, but also by our school community. As Mrs. Saunders, Elan's awesome new assistant principal, mentioned, Ruth's student-centered approach to instructional practices, ability to foster a literacy-friendly school community, and her innate passion for teaching and learning contribute to her success as an educator. As another colleague stated, Mrs. Matheny is well respected among her colleagues because of her knowledge and her willingness to share and model. She works hard to support both staff and students as well as their families in our division. Mrs. Matheny is always looking for opportunities to help make instruction better for not only her students, but for all our students in our division. Mentioned by yet another colleague, Ruth is quite skilled at facilitating growth with individual teachers and teams to consistently reflect on ways to improve instruction and accelerate student growth. She herself is reflective and responsive in regards to the various roles she has held as a professional over the years. She has proven herself to be quite invaluable. She is an asset to our school system and to our families. Although the academic and character components of instruction and learning are noteworthy, more apparent is the relationship Mrs. Matheny has with her students and the school community. She is truly sincere and genuine. We congratulate Ruth on the impact she has made on our students at Elan Elementary and division-wide. She exemplifies the very best of our wonderful educators in this school division, who were also nominated for this distinguished title. However, this is her year. This is her season. She has been a blessing during this pandemic and is most deserving. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud and honored to present to you Amherst County Public Schools Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Ruth Matheny. I know.
I'll just wrap things up from this portion tonight by saying that the ACPS Teacher of the Year, Ms. Ruth Matheny, her application will be sent forward to the Virginia Department of Education as a nominee for the 2022 Mary V. Bicuvaris Virginia Teacher of the Year. So that's we wish her well as we move her forward to the state level for consideration. And to all of our recipients, I just want to take a minute to thank you for what you do each and every day for the students, for the families of Amherst County Public Schools, and for the passion that you have and the dedication to ACPS. So thank you. Appreciate it.
So to continue with the recognitions, we have two young people who have given their time once a month, every Thursday night. They are very, very busy young people, and they're currently both, I think, in the tennis season, and so they're very active right now, and yet they've almost made every meeting we've had, I think. And so what I'd like to do tonight, as this will be their last meeting, is recognize their service, their perspective to what goes on in the schools, and to be able to provide that to the board, the student perspective on how things went this year, and they did a great job this year. When they give their report later, they're going to tell you a little bit more about what they're going to do and their future plans and those kinds of things, so I'm not going to step on any of that other than to invite them up, and I would like to come up here, fellas. So for service as a student representative for the Amherst County School Board for the 2020-2021 school year, Amherst County School Board hereby recognizes Mr. Colson Davis. And Ms. Reagan Bowie. course, they'll have more to say here shortly during their report.
Wonderful news. Wasn't that a wonderful celebration, ladies and gentlemen? Let's give everyone another celebration. Good to be recognized for those great achievements. We appreciate everything that you've done for our school system here, not just our school system, but our community and our family. Give me a minute, computer just went away. Okay, here we are. Now, we're down at public comments. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, keep me straight here. At this time, is there anyone in the audience who would like to have a public comment to the school board at this time? Please come forward. You will state your name and residence as you approach the bench.
My name is Ona McClennan. I'm a resident of Madison Heights. First, I want to honor the memory of Dr. Nichols, for in addition to the many gifts he gave our school system, his open support made it possible for me to transition where I work, which was a huge gift and was incredibly important to me. And for that, I honor all his work, but that specific step. Good evening. It's been an incredibly challenging time for you and for me. But our school system's modified non-discrimination and anti-harassment policy is set to be distributed at this meeting. So it's time for me to come back and to visit and to speak. I know you're feeling pretty put upon right now. If it's not the federal government telling you how to help transgender students, it's the state government. And if it's not the state government telling you how to help transgender students, it's me. And if it's not me telling you how to help transgender students, no, it's just me. We can help transgender students emotionally and academically by protecting them from discrimination and harassment. We can improve their attendance. We can lower their risk of suicide. Sadly, our proposed policy does not protect the rights of transgender students to a public education free from harassment and free from discrimination. In fact, you need to know up front that our proposed policy does not in a meaningful way meet the legally required minimal standards set by the state policy model. First, our proposed policy will only be covering what it calls protected categories. We're going to let the state designate who gets our protection. How strange this is to me, when so many of us don't welcome interference by the government. And how dehumanizing it is to call a gathering of persons a category. Who among us wants to be called a category? I can't see anyone. It sounds to me like we're hoping some future government will end the state-level protections. Then categories, like me, who some don't like, will automatically be dropped from protection by our policies. If we are claiming gender identity is a protected category in our community, we must say so. If we are removing persons like me from protection, we must say so. If we don't have the courage of our convictions, this policy won't mean much, no matter how good it sounds. Our proposed policy defines harassment based on sex, based on race, based on national origin, based on disability, and based on religion. But our policy does not define an act of harassment based on gender identity. How are we supposed to protect a child from a harm if that harm has not even been defined for the child's family, or for us? An investigation demands evidence, witnesses, patterns, and dates of occurrence. And yet, under this proposal, we will have no means of identifying an action by someone as an act of harassment based on gender identity. Our proposed policy promises equal educational opportunities. What does this mean? There is no definition in our policy. I can tell you it does not mean an alternative activity through which the transgender student is isolated from classmates. Here's what equal opportunities does mean. No student on the basis of sex or gender shall be denied equal access to programs, activities, services, or benefits, or be limited in the access of any right, privilege, or advantage, or be denied access to educational and extracurricular programs and activities. This policy says equal. This text is recommended by your own school board association. So why is this text removed from our proposed policy? We are claiming to protect against discrimination and harassment without defining either of these words. Even worse, we are claiming to protect categories without defining the members of those categories. Are we serious? This combined document has 53 pages of words that might mean something to those who are harassed based on disability or national origin or race or sex or religion. They do not, as written, mean anything to those discriminated against or harassed on the basis of gender identity. They do not, as written, support those persons, nor do they protect them. And they do not, as written, meet the legally required minimum standards set by the model policy of the Virginia Department of Education. We have a lot of work to do before we are ready to embrace our new policy. You and I will own the policy when it's passed. We can't ask an attorney to do the work for us. It must be someone like me who has lived it. It must be persons like each of you, persons who care. It must be school professionals. It must be mental health professionals. This is for the children. You and I will be obligated to support and enforce its provisions. Our policy is not where the state expects, and it's not where you and I want it to be. But all of us in this room can get it there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the audience at this time that would like to make a public comment to the board? If not, I do have a letter here that I was asked to read. I'm going to pull my mask down just a little bit after. This letter says, good evening. I am writing this email in support of the proposed schedule change for 2021-2022 school year. I believe that allowing elementary school students to start their school days earlier and secondary students to start their days later is a tremendous benefit to both groups of students. Elementary students, generally speaking, are ready to start their day earlier than secondary students. With school starting at 8 a.m. this year, elementary students have come in wide awake and eager to learn. There's also been a significant decrease in fatigue at the end of the day. In previous years, with elementary students ending their day later, many of them were extremely burnt out long before dismissal. It was not unusual to walk into a classroom, especially the primary grades, and see children struggling to stay awake or struggling to manage their emotions and behaviors due to them being exhausted. On the other hand, secondary students, again, generally speaking, seem to do better when they start their morning later. I've heard from secondary educators and personally witnessed middle and high school students falling asleep in their first period classes. Truthfully, I cannot say that I blame them. Secondary students usually have many after-school activities that prevent them from going to bed at a reasonable hour, whether it be evening jobs or for athletic events or finishing up homework. I can remember being a high school athlete and not going to bed until well after midnight some nights as I tried to finish up homework after away games. Subsequently, I would then be so tired during my first period class, which was a calculus class, that I could not focus to learn any material. As someone who played a sport every season and took all advanced classes, lack of sleep was my biggest obstacle and extremely overwhelming at times. If we had a schedule that allowed us to start later, I cannot begin to tell you the difference it would have made for me personally. I've heard several objection to the proposed schedule from various members of the community, and I understand where they're coming from. However, many of these objections seem to be centered around lack of convenience for parents. I understand many parents are unhappy with the fact that their older siblings will no longer be able to get their younger siblings off the bus in the afternoons. However, these are obstacles that were able to be overcome this year with the schedule. Furthermore, there are dozens of families in the community with only elementary students and no older siblings, and they have been able to make arrangements throughout this year to make things work. I have also heard the complaint that older students who get out later would have issues being able to work after-school jobs, or that there would be issues with other districts creating game schedules. However, early work release and early dismissals for athletes on game days are both already in existence. These are extenuating circumstances that have been worked around in the past. And if that really is a concern, then I would even be in favor of elementary schools operating on a 7:30 to 2:30 schedule and secondary opening on an 8:30 to 3:30 schedule. So this letter comes from Paige Breeden, and she asked me to read that tonight. Okay. I do have another letter that I will bring more. It was not asked to be read, but just some things that we'll talk about when we get to the times. So if there are no more public comments, we shall move from that. And we're into 4.01. This is another exciting event here. Ted, you got a copy of that somewhere? See, I'm getting together here. Y'all work with me here a little bit. Oh, yes. School superintendents as superintendent of the year. So, Dr. Allen, you come on over there in the hot seat. Whereas, in order to ensure the health and safety of all Virginians, schools across the Commonwealth closed on March 13, 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and most have provided virtual instruction since then as in-person teaching and learning evolved. And whereas individual school divisions retain the autonomy to decide whether or not new instruction will continue and the format in which the instruction will be presented, and whereas stable and consistent leadership by local school division superintendents has been vital in serving the children through this pandemic, and whereas school division superintendents are responsible for the health, the safety, the welfare, and the education of each child, while creating school cultures even within a pandemic that serve all children regardless of their circumstances. And whereas public school superintendents utilize guidance from the Centers for Disease, the Virginia Department of Health, the Virginia Department of Education, the local health department, and local case data in fulfilling leadership responsibilities in their communities like no other time in their careers. And whereas local superintendents work collaboratively with their school boards, educators, parents, community stakeholders in providing technology, resources, curriculum content, emotional support, and meals to children during the pandemic. And whereas traditionally the Virginia Association of School Superintendents of the Year have been selected by way of a diverse panel of education associations after reviewing an individual superintendent's ability to demonstrate leadership for learning, communication, professionalism, and community involvement. And whereas all 133 Virginia Public School Division superintendents have extraordinarily exhibited these qualities while leading their school division and communities during this 2020-21 school year. And whereas the Virginia Association of School Board Directors agreed in January of 2021 to suspend the traditional selection process and determining a single superintendent of the year, and unanimously agreed to recognize all Virginia Public School Division superintendents as superintendents of the year for 2020-21. And whereas this organization is appreciative of the Virginia School Board Association supporting this resolution and the honor provided to each division superintendent by having his respective school board present this resolution to the superintendent to be recognized within the community for which he serves. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't have said it any better. Here's our school superintendent of the year, Dr. Robert. all good. Y'all heard everything we said about it, right? All right, no raise yet, no raise yet. All right, that resolution will be placed here at Amherst County, and where did the press go? They need to get these sort of things, but we get with them in a few minutes. We're now moving on to our action items. We're down at number 5. What? Oh, we have to accept that. Board, can I have a motion to accept that resolution?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. And all the board can say,
Aye.
any opposed? I apologize for that. You in?
Okay.
Gotta have a little
In
fun.
10 years from now, nobody will know that all 133 received it.
Well, I won't be there.
We got white out.
I will still know. Okay, here we are. Board members, have we all looked at 5.01 and 5.02 and 5.03?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the action items from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. We do have a copy of that Perkins plan for us to continue to review. Let us move down to 6.01, update on administrative services.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, we'll start with administrative services, and the first item to talk about is the school construction at Madison Heights Elementary and Amherst Middle School. And we've been in contact with CRA, and they are notified us we're on track to begin construction around July 1, and construction will be completed before students return to school. The scope of work was not quite as extensive as they anticipated initially. There's still a pretty large scope of work, but we feel we can get it completed in the time frame that we need there by the time school starts. So I want to let you know that Madison Heights will be the most extensive work. They have to come in and do some securing of putting pillars under the foundation to secure that. But majority of the work should be able to be completed and get things pretty much back on track at those two schools before students return. Amherst Elementary School, they're scheduled to get the restrooms renovated over the summer, and that work will begin as soon as students leave for the summer. So around the 14th, 15th of June, we'll start work there. And they've assured us that work will be completed before students return as well. Any questions on those two items? Okay, thank you. So we received some information regarding solar. I know in the past we've had the board has indicated they'd like us to pursue solar in our facilities. And we've been talking with the company. We have another meeting next week to look into that a little bit more in more depth. So we're hoping we can maybe be able to move forward with some solar options for the school division in the near future. Again, this is all in the discussion stage at this point, but we are talking with some solar distributors and things of that nature to see if it's feasible for us to move in that direction. So we hope to have more information for you at the June meeting and moving forward from there. But it is something we're interested in. I know the board has given us your desire for us to look into that, so that's what we're continuing to do that. And now the AEP, the APCO side of the state, is they've loosened some of their restrictions. It allows us to move forward with that. Previously, the APCO, AEP side, our side of the state, are mainly the folks that get our power from, we're not really working with schools in those areas, but now that they've changed some regulations on that, so we're able to start moving forward in that direction a little bit better. The bus grant, we have just received notice this week that our buses, the 4 buses for this year, are currently being built at this time, and we should take delivery of those buses in June. So that we'll have those 4 new buses through the bus grant to us then, but they are under construction at this time, being built on the assembly line as we speak. Something that hit all of us this week. It hit me kind of hard Tuesday night as I was trying to get back to Northern Virginia after my daughter's college graduation. Is the fuel status. So I want to update you on our fuel status. Right now, as of this afternoon, we had 3,900 gallons of diesel fuel at Manelson Middle School in those tanks. We had 3,700 gallons of fuel at the Transportation Department of diesel, and we had 2,000 gallons of gasoline at the Transportation Department. On average, we burn about 580 gallons of diesel per day and about 97 gallons of gasoline per day. So right now, looking at our numbers, we should have enough diesel to last 10 working days and enough gasoline to last 20 working days. And we have placed orders for refuel, and we're on a waiting list, but we anticipate getting that prior to it being an issue for us. So we don't anticipate it being an issue, but that's where we are right now. So we have enough fuel to last, a couple more weeks before we have to really start worrying about it with our transportation fleet. Any questions on that? Okay. And the next part of this part is CARES 3. So we've been notified we're going to receive around $7.3 million in additional CARES Act funding. We've also been notified that we can use about 80% of that to go towards construction projects. 20% has to go towards instructional needs and things like that of students, but 80% can go towards construction. And so we met last night with the CIP committee, and Dr. Arnold and I have spoken about that, and we feel that we'd like to consider moving that in towards the auditorium projects that we talked about at the high school, and this would cover a large percentage of those costs. Remember from the CIP, the cost of those projects is estimated to between 6.5 and about 8.9 million for that project, depending on the scope that we decide to go with. And this would give us about 5.3, 5.6 of that would go towards that. And there's also some other CARES Act funds and everybody that we may be able to use. Then we would have to go again to the Board of Supervisors to ask for additional funds or any additional costs. But we do feel this will put a big dent in the initial cost estimates of that project. So we're trying to move forward with that. The big picture on this is the funds have to be spent by September 30th of 2024. So this isn't something we can kind of wait around on. So we're starting to, we've had some meetings with the state, some webinars with the state, and Ms. Krause may speak to that more when her time is up. But we are doing those webinars and trying to make sure we can use the money in the way, in this fashion. But everything indicates right now is that we will be able to.
I think one of the things, it's a grant, so we have to make a grant application, and as part of this grant application, because I guess it's the amount of money and making sure that we're accountable to that as part of our grant, we also have to have public notification, public comment, public feedback on this grant. So this is something that we're not gonna just say, hey, we're gonna do this and we go. It's gonna take, it'll be a process that we'll have to go through to make sure that our community gets to hear what the plan is, what our intentions with this money is, and that way they can be a part of that process as well.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a good idea, because we talked about if we were going to go forward with an auditorium type of project, that would be something that the community would definitely have to weigh in on. Is there any update on the committee at the high school that was looking at use of the older auditorium and how that might improve?
It's happening in this group that they're discussing. So when a lot of things have to get in place with an architect and those kinds of things to kind of start talking about what we want them to show us. And then whether they show us just an auditorium and cafeteria, and old auditorium. So there's going to be levels to see how much they can do and at how much money they can do it in. But yeah, that is because Mr. Greiser is representing that thought process on that committee.
Right, so I think that we talked about, the instructional use of that area, if there's a way that we can use that, to improve the CTE opportunities would be tremendous. I didn't know if there was any information on that yet or not.
We're so short into that. I mean, we haven't moved very far. We just found out 2 days ago that we could actually use the money for that purpose.
But it was brought up. We said that and I think Dr. Wills and Mr. Maddox are working on trying to identify, because the whole complexity with the regional piece that we, just trying to identify what we need here locally. So that discussion is going on within the committee, but like Dr. Arnold says, we just found out that we could even use those funds specifically. So.
Which speeds things up.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, so I'll move on to 6.02, COVID-19 vaccinations. COVID-19 and vaccinations. So right now our status is we have 4 staff members who have tested positive in the past week or so. And we have 23 students who are currently quarantined. Of those 23 students, 17 will return on Monday. So that gets us in a pretty good number again. So we had a little bit of an uptick there about 2 weeks ago, but now things are starting to settle back down. And our staff members, they'll come off their quarantine here in about those 4 will come off within the next week. They should be back to normal, back in the school setting. But we did have 4 tests positive. These are individuals who opted not to get the vaccine, and they have since tested positive. But again, we're in pretty good shape compared to where we were in December and January. Yeah, we're pretty good. You're not getting phone calls to me 4 times a night stating it's been a case, so we're doing pretty good right now. We have our next shot clinic on April 21st. That'll be our last shot clinic that we're hosting this school year right now. We will do about 150 second doses of Moderna and some Pfizers. And this again is second dose shots from our last clinic we had about 4 weeks ago. So we're trying to get those finished up, and we'll move forward. We just haven't had the community need as much to operate the clinic at the size we've had to operate it to make it feasible. Again, 20, 25 people needing a shot does not make it where you can really operate and set that up. So we worked with the health department and with public safety, and we've opted to discontinue those clinics for the time being. If a need arises, we can always get back into the vaccine clinic game if we need to. But at this point, we don't see that being a need.
So when will you discontinue?
The 21st will be our last clinic
Of May?
of May. Yes,
I
ma'am.
think you said April, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, May 21st.
Okay.
I did say April.
That's okay, I knew what you meant, but I just wanted, I definitely,
You're correct, sorry about
TV
that.
land.
Yep, May 21st is our last clinic.
okay.
The BDH yesterday announced it's anyone 12, actually it's federals, the 12 and over can receive the Pfizer vaccine now through the CDC, and the FDA's approved Pfizer for those 12 and over. Right now, we do not anticipate operating a clinic for 12 and over through Amherst County Public Schools. We are directing people to the health department website, and there will be a clinic in Lynchburg on Saturday from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock at the TJ Maxx, the Candler Station, the old TJ Maxx at the Candler Station Max Pod Center. For anyone 12 and over, it's Pfizer. And I sent a link to staff, and I sent a link to all parents this afternoon to School Messenger about that, so they can go on that site and register if they so choose. But at this point, we do not anticipate operating a clinic through Amherst County Public Schools unless their need in the community is there as we start before school begins in the fall. There is also a Virginia Department of Emergency Management has stood up a van, and they'll be going throughout the community to sites in the community. I'm working with Sam right now to identify some sites that we may need. They've asked if they could use a school parking lot, for example, for the van and have people come to that site. But they'll be doing 50 Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccines per site. And that'll be part of they'll be in our community, but it's for the region, it's not just Amherst County. So it's kind of, the dates are kind of set, but more to come on that, but it is gonna be an option for our community that there will be a VDEMS van that'll be going around to get shots to people at certain locations throughout the county. Not necessarily at our schools, but throughout the county. Any questions regarding our COVID numbers and our vaccine information? All right. So next is graduation. And Natalia, if you can pull up the map of the Williams Stadium maps there. So graduation this year is May 28th, 7 p.m. at Williams Stadium. So what you see here is just the first picture. This is some Liberty University maps. So there's Williams Stadium. The areas highlighted on the left-hand map are the gates that we'll use to enter the stadium. We'll be using 3 gates for the general admission. So gate 1, I can't see that far anymore what the gates are, but those are the 3 gates. And so we'll be using those gates to enter the facility. Right now, we're anticipating about 10 guests plus per graduate. We have to be under 5,000 is our max capacity we can have, and we do, we'll be well under that. So right now, I'm anticipating 10, might be a few more, but at least 10 guests per graduate will be allowed, and we may be able to increase that some as we get into it. Families have to stay 6 feet apart from other families, but they can sit together as a family, but they'll be 6 feet apart. The stage, if you can go to the next. So this is an event they had at Liberty yesterday. That's how it'll be set up. So you'll see the chairs are on the field. They're seated 6 feet apart. There's 20 chairs per row, so we'll have 18 graduates and 2 staff per row. Staff on the end, graduates in the middle. and will be set up in that manner. The stage is to the end there, and we'll have the stage. I'm not sure of the size of the stage yet for school boards where y'all will be seated. You may be seated on the stage, but if we have to maintain our 6 feet of distance per the governor's order and LU's requirements. So we may have to ask you to sit in an area to the side of the stage on the turf and chairs there versus on the stage. We'll have to determine the size of the stage and what we can do on the stage. Just want to make that clear. You'll have parking for the school board members will park behind the stage area. There's a parking lot down there. We can operate vans if you want to ride with us. There's limited parking. I think there's like 10 to 12 parking spots that we'll be able to access there for school board and VIP type of situations. But if you need a ride, we can give you a ride. If you want to drive, we can do that too. We also have a room at the stadium up on the far side up there where that press box is and the glass, and there's an area there we have reserved for the school board to have some area before the graduation ceremony to relax and have some snacks and discuss things a little bit there. So then we'll move you down to the field for the graduation ceremony. But again, we're talking about estimating 20 students, 20 chairs per row, 18 students, and 2 adults per row. And that's what it will look like when it's set up for us at that event.
So we'll get out an email to you guys to tell us whether you would like to be taken by van or just go on your own. But we'll get that out, and once we determine who wants to go together, we'll set up the arrangements for that.
And we'll have, if you decide to drive it in, we'll have parking passes printed so you can get closer to the stadium versus having to park in the other parking areas. But we'll work on that for the next couple of weeks.
What's the approximate number of graduates? Approximate.
280, of which we're not sure how many, and some of those again are ARA, may not wish to participate, but we're setting up for 280.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Thompson?
Do we have plans for rain?
Well,
Rain days?
if it rains, we run for cover underneath the cover of the stadium and wait for the storm to pass. And LU does have their mitigation factors they have to put in place, their crisis plans they have in place. So we would have to follow theirs. They would make an announcement, the siren would go off, and we'd have to evacuate the stadium 30 minutes after the lightning strikes. If lightning strikes within 10 miles, we have to hide through their plans. If it's a rainy day, umbrellas and ponchos and invest in what we have. There's no other rain dates available there, and there's no other sites in the area we can host this ceremony with the number of people we have. So we kind of are at the mercy. So say your prayers and hope it's a nice sunny afternoon.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am, please.
I know you'll continue to monitor the situation, but if you can increase the number, please do. So many milestones and celebrations have been missed this year that I would like to see as many people that want to come be able to come.
Well, 5,000 is the max, and a typical graduation, even non-COVID years, we were averaging around 3,500 to 4,000 people at a graduation ceremony. So we feel confident, and if one student may have 10, but one student may only want to bring 3,
Right.
and if those passes can be redistributed to other people, we'll do so.
Well, and I think Dr. Brown has made the students aware of that in his information sent home. For example, I'm probably going to have 2 for my child, so that opens up 8 more for other folks. So I don't think we're going to have a problem with that, but he knows to make every effort to get as many folks as he can.
Any other questions on graduation?
So move on next to Executive Order 72 on some new CDC guidance. So about 2 hours ago, we received notice that the CDC is is diminishing some of the guidance and restrictions on mask wearing if you're vaccinated. I briefly had a chance to read over it. Don't really have a lot of information on it yet. However, we're still under Executive Order 72 and all the governor's executive orders, which under that guidance they've released this afternoon, says we're required to follow. So until Governor Northam changes his executive orders, the mask mandates are still in place in the state of Virginia and Amherst County Public Schools. So I just want to make sure we're aware of that. I'll go in, once we get more information on that, I'll update you once I get that information. Right now, it's kind of where we are. I did want to talk about Executive Order 72 a little bit. as it affects recreational sports, as it impacts recreational sports. There's been a lot of concern about the number of spectators we can have at sporting events and things of that nature. Right now, we are under EO 72's Amendment 6, which expires midnight on the 15th of May. And that kind of has us at 30% capacity of an arena that has a seating capacity sit, or 1,000 people, if you can maintain 6 feet of distance between those 1,000 people. At our baseball field, if I have 1,000 people there, I can't maintain 6 feet of distance. They'll be on top of each other. I would like to say we have 1,000 people come to our baseball games, but historically, we don't. I think the last time we had close to that number was when we were in the state playoffs a few years ago, but we don't even get anywhere close to that. However, but we do have to maintain 6 feet of social distance between families and between individual guests at the event. So right now, we've set our number at 221, which allows 8 guests per home player and 3 guests per visitor. Again, if one student athlete only has 3 guests, and those other ones can be redistributed amongst the other players on the team if they so desire. And we can let people in based off that number. But 221 right now is a number for baseball and softball. And for soccer, it's 500, because the football stadium, the stadium has a different seating capacity than the other fields. So that's where we are right now. We have our first home varsity game this week, and if we see we can fit more people in, then we'll do our best to fit more people in. Right now, our number's at 221 for baseball and softball. So 221 can watch baseball game, and 221 can watch the softball game. That's kind of where we drew our numbers up, looking at the amount of capacity we have at our stadium. Once we get into Amendment 7, it goes to 50%, and that starts again at midnight on the 15th. And then hopefully June 15th, there are going to be some different restrictions, different things released, and he'll loosen it up a little bit more after June 15th, where we won't need to have as many restrictions there at all. So that's kind of where we are right now. Are there any questions?
Everybody good?
All right. So the next I have is policy updates. So in board docs, you have the policies, about 42, I believe, or so policies for first read. 95% of these policies are grammatical in nature. For example, changing the chairman of the board to the chair of the board, that type of stuff, or changes a reference, or cross-reference, or a legal reference. But there are a couple that do have some other, I guess, more verbiage that's changed and changes to the policy itself. So again, we'll ask you to, this is first read, we'll ask you to read over those policies over the next couple of weeks. If you have questions regarding those policies, we ask that you let us know. We'd be glad to try to answer those questions regarding those policies. And then we'll come back into their June meeting for a second read, and then move for adoption if you see fit. We do have a way to allow people to read the policies and be more aware of the policies, and Ms. Cecil's going to kind of talk you through what we're doing there.
So as Dr. Wells mentioned, there will be a way for the community to comment. If you go straight to the front page, let me refresh. At the top of the front page of the website, you see policy comment form. Here it gives a summary of what the form is supposed to do. There are 3 links attached. One is a summary of the proposed revisions. As Dr. Wells mentioned, there are 42. So this link provides a summary, just the name of the policy, and then a quick summary of the revision. The second link takes you directly to the policies on Board Docs so that they can read the attachments and the verbiage and the red lines. And the third link takes you to the comment form, where they will be able to click the policy that they would like to comment on, and then provide additional comment. They can resubmit this form as many times as they would like, and it is open to everyone. And I can answer any questions you may have.
So will anybody be able to view the comments?
Will anybody be able to view the comments? Not at this time.
Or who's viewing the comments? Like, is it just y'all?
Well, it's
So-
actually coming to you guys.
Right, so we will collect it, we will
Right. This is for you,
disaggregate it and.
to
put it-
have.
right.
Do you want people to view the comments? I guess that's the other question.
I would be in agreement with that.
We're gonna have to work on the technology behind it.
I was gonna say Google Form, I don't know how you do it.
I don't know. We might be able to just maybe print down the comments and post it. I guess that might be,
Like by section of the policy.
Yeah.
Provide it in a PDF format.
it'll be a little clunky, but that's up to your discretion. But the main point was to get it to you guys so you had feedback to help you with the
I mean,
policy.
personally, I wouldn't care if they posted at the end. The only, what I don't want to get into is like some social media banter back and forth.
Right.
Because I don't think that's productive.
Right.
But genuine comments, I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
I think it's good to take in comments, but yeah, I mean, we see a lot more things trying to do.
Right.
Maybe at the end, just sort of a summary of the comments.
Sure, and it's voidable.
Yes, that's right.
I know that we have been looking at our non-discrimination policy before, and we have it on the table again. And I know that we've had citizens come and speak with concerns, and Ms. McClellan, I know you've come and speak tonight, and I think I speak for the whole board, and if I don't, let me speak up, but, we have great respect for every student, and we don't tolerate any discrimination within our school division. So, the point was made tonight that we have not spelled out particular groups in class of people that were transgender or whoever that our discrimination policy would speak to. So I know that's one concern. I know that we also have citizens that are concerned about if we pass the policy, how will we handle female sports, locker rooms, bathrooms. So I feel like we owe some transparency to our citizens. I would like to see us maybe have a time that public can come and comment on that. I know that they could come tonight, but I don't know that everyone is aware. So I almost just think we might need to do some due diligence on this a little bit more. That's my own personal
Right.
opinion.
And you know, the laws that were just passed in the General Assembly, and there was model policy guidance put out. We have not seen that yet. It's not common as a policy. That's more specific to the exact things that you're talking about.
I guess I just hesitate to just, pass it or not pass it, and then we have all these unanswered things. I feel like we owe it to the public to be clear about what
Yeah, I think it's
we need.
important to make sure that we separate harassment and discrimination policy from a transgender policy. I think that's what we have here. This is about making sure that we assure that we don't discriminate or harass against anybody, right? That's what these policies are in place for.
Then why do we need categories? We should just have a blanket policy that says no bullying, no harassing.
That's what's.
But we
that's
have to
what's in
keep
there.
putting
That's how
everybody
it
in
was changed.
categories.
So that was the change that was made.
What about the new ones that are gonna be coming out?
Well, we haven't seen those yet. That's why we don't know what the VSBA is gonna give us. But we'll.
It's just an uncommon, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that's something that we don't have our hands on right now. This is a different policy. Because we've had that harassment and non-discrimination policy for years and years.
Because we talked about
Right,
that last time,
right.
That we really do have that policy in place, and
That's-
where we're making adjustments to it. You can make a debate about whether we should or should not, but I guess what I'm hearing you say is that this policy is just a global policy that we will not discriminate.
I guess all protected classes.
And then I know that those other questions are going to come up, so how how do we handle those questions?
Okay, that comes up again when we start discussing the actual transgender policy.
Madam Chair.
Let's get Smith.
So,
Hold on just a minute. Let me do Paula's turn thing. Ms. Thompson, let me let her finish.
Oh, no, I'm done.
Are you sure? Okay.
I was just going to piggyback on what she was
Okay.
saying, and echo a lot of what Ms. Thompson already said. Anytime anybody makes public comments, I appreciate it. And, Lorna, you're always so diplomatic and thorough, and I appreciate that. So what's going on is my understanding, I'm not a lawyer. So is there anyone here from the school that is any of the legal team here?
Our own
I
lawyer
saw him
here.
walking around.
Okay.
She didn't.
Just because not because I want to, I just want to probably ask a question, but, you know, it all started with a court case with gender and that kind of thing. So we're talking about policies right now that are just about bullying and harassment and discrimination, and that's right, you know, that's not going to be allowed regardless of any law. We're not going to allow that to go on. And then the Department of Education is working on model policies specifically for transgender because that came out of the delegation.
Right.
And I believe it has to be effective by July 1st unless they keep kicking the
I don't-
can.
Well, at this point, I'm not sure how that can
Yeah.
happen if we're not seeing any policies.
Right. So my legal question is about the word model policies that come out, because everything that I've read from the VDOE has said, these are what we're putting out for school boards to implement or whatever you're going to do, break it down. So what is our obligation under that model policy once it comes out? Is everything that VDOE says we have to adopt? We have any wiggle room? We have any comment there?
I guess.
It appears, at least from my reading,
Since you're here, you can just come on up so everybody can hear what you have to say. Identify yourself for those who do not know who you're here. Welcome this afternoon.
And I just can't see that far, so I didn't know who was back there.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
My understanding, based on the review of the statute, and of course, part of the problem at this stage is it's so new that really the attorneys don't have a lot of certainty about it, but
Mhm.
it does at least appear that the requirement is that we would adopt the model policy or something more stringent. At least that's my understanding.
Okay.
You know, that's not to say that you couldn't go more stringent, but at least as I read the requirement, you cannot go less stringent.
Okay, that's basically what I was asking.
Right.
And
You can finish that.
that's okay. So, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that it would be difficult for us to really start the conversation or engaging on these changes we're making right now to our normal discrimination and bullying policies because we don't know yet what's coming down from VDOE.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I had.
For the model policies that are going to be coming up, what happens if we don't pass them or do anything with them?
Well, I mean, that's probably something that I should advise you all in
Closed
closed
session.
session. I don't know that that's something we'd want to discuss in open session.
No. You can, but let me just make clear right quick that this gentleman who's our attorney was here for a different reason, but we didn't mind entertaining Ms.
Okay.
Wright and Ms. Berg. But yes, ma'am, Ms. Thompson, but we don't want to get off course of things that we are uncertain about to get everybody all riled up. So I
Right.
hated putting him on the spot, but since you asked the question and he was here to answer, so we want to be careful of what we're asking at this point in time. Not trying to hide anything, but we don't want to just make him come up with stuff that he has not
Right.
prepared to review us. But Ms. Thompson, feel free to ask your question.
Well, I'll put this forward instead of an answer today. Based on what I'm seeing and hearing from the Virginia Department of Education, it makes me wonder why I'm a school board member. Why do we have a local school board? Where does our authorities reach? Where are they limited? And sometime if you can share with us the background of school boards,
I
why
will.
we have them, what our authority is. And because I'm at this point that I just feel like we don't have any authority. It's just, you know, we're being told you might as well wipe us out and just have a state board of education.
Well, I mean,
Because we can't represent citizens or their concerns.
and that's a common issue that we hear from localities in Virginia. I will tell you, I've heard that many times. And Virginia is what's called a Dillon's Rule state. And so what that means as a Dillon's Rule state is that all authority of the localities is derived from the state legislature's grant of authority. So for example, a city typically has a charter that is given by the state legislature, and that spells out what the authority of the city is to pass specific laws. They are not permitted to pass laws basically above and beyond what's permitted by that charter, or it's considered beyond the scope of their authority. And that's essentially true with the school board as well, that ultimately your authority is derived from the state government. You are created by the state government, and so you are answerable to the state government. Now, of course, in certain cases, they have given specific authority to the locality, and within those specific areas, you have complete authority, but it's only where there's been a specific grant of authority.
Well, maybe we need to know what those are.
Yes, and I'll be glad, I mean, that's fairly lengthy discussion, but yes, I'd be glad to do
That'd be
that.
great. Thank you.
Madam Chair. So thank you for that information. I just really wanted to clarify where we were in our process on these policies, but also, again, agreeing with Ms. Thompson, I just want to make an announcement, I guess, or information that a lot of this starts in Richmond and trickles down to us. So please be in contact with your delegates, whatever your side you're on, you need to be in contact with your delegates, because we're going to be shackled by whatever is coming down out of Richmond. I mean, from what I've seen this year, with COVID and everything, we're not going to have a lot of wiggle room. So please stay in contact with your delegates on whatever your voice is, on whatever issue you want to speak out on. It doesn't even have to just be education. I just want everybody to realize that. School boards can't override law. We can't skirt law. We're bound by it, as far as I know.
Where were we?
Well,
Excuse me.
we have first read policies on the
that's where I
table.
thought we were, yeah.
They're not acted on
Yeah.
right now. And so,
So I would, as chair, if I would encourage the board members to continue to review all the policies that have been given to us for the first read. If there are questions, if you would direct them to that division, whether it be Dr. Arnold, Dr. Wells, Dr. Norman Scott, or Ms. Crowder, during this time to be able to review. Is that all right?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
me? Or me, feel free to ask me, and I'll ask the right person.
I would like to request a clean copy of it, please.
what do you mean, a clean copy?
With the changes already taken out, a clean printed out copy to
So-
review.
So would you like what we are proposing, so that
Yes.
without like strike through, so take like you have already adopted it,
Mhm.
that,
Yes.
which one?
Uh,
42.
Those, all of them up there.
42 of them?
Mhm.
Any other questions from the board on the policies? When we get a copy like that, if I don't mind, we have to be really careful if we bring out a copy with everything corrected,
Yeah.
and it gets out, we haven't approved it.
We can put a watermark
We
on
can
it.
put a great big draft over top of that. I'm just saying, I'm careful with that in my own business, that a copy that we thought somebody had adopted and we hadn't. That's the reason we usually get it in this form,
Right.
but we shall do whatever the board's pleasure is. Are we moving on? Any other questions, ladies and gentlemen, on the policies? Are we okay to have comments sent to those who need it?
Yes, ma'am.
Or we can come back to this in your personal comments if you don't mind?
Yes, ma'am.
So again, that was a first read.
All right.
We'll bring it back to you in June. And if you have any questions in the meantime, please reach out to us, and we'll be glad to try to answer them as best we can. The last thing I have was student suspension, 6.06. And if you have any questions regarding that, I'll be glad to try to answer them at this time.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question
Uh-huh.
about the suspensions, but about discipline board. I'm afraid I'm gonna miss it. I'm on it. Are we
But
still not doing
you've
that?
been, we have had
Okay.
a year this year where we
Okay.
have not had any.
I didn't think so,
I'm
but-
gonna knock on some hardwood real quick.
I have all
And
my
we haven't
calendar.
had any cases to bring to the board.
Okay, okay.
So, and if things hold out the next 3 weeks, we won't. So,
All
that's
right.
where we'll leave it. We
I've been
haven't had
reassured
cases.
myself
Okay,
that,
okay.
because I was like, y'all gonna send it, they said, we will send you something.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah. I'll reach,
Well, I
I have
preset all
panic
my,
every week, yeah.
I preset all my reminders that keep telling me, and I'm like, oh.
I will reach out directly
Okay.
if there's a case, just because we haven't had any cases this year, thankfully. But if there is a case that we have to, I'll reach out directly to those board members who need to be involved in that process.
Okay.
It's
thank
good
you.
news.
Yeah.
Right.
Very good problem to have.
Yeah.
If any no further questions, that's all I have tonight.
Thank you so much for all that. We're moving now into, Ms. Crouch. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, you have at your place information regarding April 2021 financial reports, enrollment information, budget summary by object code. I will be glad to answer any questions. We are still doing good for the end of the year. Our enrollment right now, or our ADM right now is at 3897.
That's pretty close to our number we had, right?
It's been pretty close for the full year. We did budget on 3960 at the beginning.
Any other questions for, yes, ma'am?
Do we anticipate any additional costs with the fuel? I mean, is that gonna be a mediocre difference or
Well,
big impact?
it will be within our budget for right now. We're still in the black in our fuel budget with the year that we've had. And with about 4 weeks left, it may impact us as we go through summer school, but we can use some of the COVID money to help offset that change. So they're supposed to keep price gouging from happening, so we're hoping that will happen.
Very good question. We all keep our eyes. Dr. Wells can tell you what I said, right? Just want to fly over somewhere and bring gas back. You. Thanks so much, Ms. Crouch. Any more questions for Ms. Crouch at this time? In that case, we're moving on to Dr. Norman, is that you?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Madam Chair and members of the board, I have several things to discuss tonight. In your packet, you have a memo regarding the Virginia Department of Education Standards of Implementation. It's their cycle. What I tried to do was pull together this year as well as the next 2 years so you can have some information regarding what standards are being revised, what the crosswalk information is, and then basically what new standards are coming out. This was based on a request earlier at a previous board meeting and some discussions with Ms. Thompson and I had had. So if you'll look down, one of the things that I do want to point out is we have 2 that are newly developed standards. The first one is for our English language learners. Those standards just came out this current school year. They are being implemented next year, and we are piloting the utilization of the new WIDA assessments, and then in the 2022-2023 school year, we'll actually go full implementation with those newly developed standards and the newly developed WIDA assessment. The second one that I would like to point out is this year, actually April the 23rd, and you have this superintendent's memo in your packet as well. We were provided information from the Department of Education on their new 2020 social emotional learning standards in draft form. What we have done already is place that information up on our Amherst County webpage because the state has placed them in a draft proposal. They are asking for comments from the community around the state. So we have a link that will take our community members to the state comments page where they can make comments regarding the new social emotional standards that are available now. This was just released to us in April. And we got our first draft 2 weeks ago, so. Do you have any questions regarding the standards?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I would really like to reiterate what you said and let the public hear clearly that they need to go look at those standards.
Yes, ma'am.
There are things in them that I feel are very good, and there are things that I feel can be very controversial. So I want the public to make sure that they do look, and they go to VDOE's website, and they make those comments. And what was it, May 24th?
May 24th is the deadline for those comments.
Is the deadline for those. So now is the time to speak.
Thank you.
Because as we heard from our attorney tonight, we may not have choices. This is our time. Parents need to be aware.
Thank you. Also, along with our standards, I have asked Ms. Wanda Smith, our Supervisor of Math, Science, and Gifted, to bring to you a presentation tonight regarding the Virginia Math Pathways Initiative. Now, if you'll remember, the math standards have changed. They have been revised, and we are implementing those math standards. This is not dealing specifically with the standards themselves. This is dealing with the pathway of how math courses and the concepts are pulled together. I thought it would be important for you to hear this so you can answer any comments that you have from your constituents. Ms. Smith?
Good evening. I'm going to summarize this information as quickly as possible, but I do encourage you to dive into them yourselves, and I'll give you the mechanism to do that a little bit later on in the presentation. The whole purpose of the Virginia Math Pathways, it began in about 2016, 2017, and it is built out of conversations, not just in the state of Virginia, but nationwide, based on research that's come to higher education, as well as through the Council of Teacher of Mathematics. And it's part of their decision-making and preparing students to be lifelong math learners and to create pathways that work for not just one select group of students, but for all learners throughout the Commonwealth. So what does that mean here as far as our background and purpose? Well, like I said, it's a conglomerate of groups of people. We're talking about higher education, Virginia Community College. We're talking about businesses in the workforce, CTE connections as well. And with the VDOE, they have come together to make sure that instruction is changing and the outcomes that students are looking for post-secondary careers and opportunities. Math instruction has to look different at the K-12 level in order to prepare students for that change. What does it not mean? It does not mean that the rigor in the standards is going to change at all. Students will still be able to take Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2. Those courses will still exist. It will involve a reorganization of some of those skills to make it more accessible for students in retaining the information that they're getting from these courses, and I'll explain that as well. Calculus and higher ed courses will still be in designated offerings as well for students who wish them, and it will also provide additional courses open to students that weren't in existence before that will be more tailored towards the pathways that some students might be interested in. And local divisions will still have flexibility in the types of courses that they would like to create at the local level. So those are some great things that I thought would come out of it. The biggest push is that everyone is a math person, and the way that we're teaching math right now does not always allow children to see themselves that way. The progression of the concepts will move like this. And foundational mathematics concepts will be the focus for K through 7, with a focus on learning through inquiry and discovery, students seeing themselves as knowers and doers of math, and also working through non-routine problems that put them in situations that are very much linked to real-life situations and how math works in the concepts, and that's when they focus on big ideas. A lot of the big ideas that you see in grade 8, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, they would be meshed together and interwoven and layered in the courses that would be taught in these grade levels so that they can have experience with some of these concepts at an earlier age so they can grasp them in a deeper understanding. Right about now, the big thing in math is that math is a mile wide and only an inch deep. We want students to be able to go deeper into the applications so they can transfer and apply what they're learning in numerous situations. Then it would lead into advanced math concepts. And we haven't gotten as much information on this end. This is going to be part of the conversation they'll be putting out on May 25th. But you will see they still have the advanced course offerings, but it will also open up to a broader scope of offerings that you see in the middle there for half-credit offerings. And these are just samples of what the courses could be. Nothing is mandated. These are all considerations. These are all thoughtful processes that they're seeking input on and feedback to make sure that the direction that they're going in, everybody, every stakeholder sees value in it. And we want to create situations that work for not, like I said, one group of learners, but for everybody so they can see themselves in math and continue on with further math experiences beyond just stopping at geometry when they get to high school. This is what our typical math pathways look like right now in that grade 8. We kind of start with grade 8 and students move through Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2. If they're on advanced track, they would move into pre-calculus and calculus and then possibly on to dual enrollment. This type of pathway has been in existence for over 100 years, and this is the pathway we've been following across the nation. It's becoming quite antiquated, and it's not serving the purpose of students in that a large majority of students, when they graduate high school, they still have to take some form of remedial math when they get to college, or retake calculus, or they're taking math courses that are not directly in line with calculus, but more in line with the major that they're pursuing. So that is part of the reason for this type of revision that we need to see. An example as to why we want to see things better connected. This is an example from a grade 8 course. If a student wanted to do a survey to dive deeper in a question and they wanted to gather data on it to kind of analyze it, they could graph the results, they could create a linear equation and function to make predictions about how the data is going to change and trend out. They can also make connections in different geometry and Algebra 2 connections. That could be something that could be taught in a grade 8 Essential 1 course. Right now, we teach them all separate. They don't have some of these experiences until they get to geometry or Algebra 2, whereas they're all interwoven and interconnected, and they could make so much more retention in regards to these concepts if they're taught in unison rather than in isolation in separate courses. That is what the essential concept courses are designed to do. So as you see, the current standards as we have it are grade 8, Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2. They're looking to update and reorganize all the information and concepts that you see in those standards and update them in essential concept courses 1, 2, and 3. They're not losing anything. If anything, we're gaining a better understanding. And one of the questions that was posed during the recent community is, how are these courses going to prepare our students for advanced coursework? And the Calculus 1 teacher actually spoke directly to that, saying it actually makes the students better prepared for the calculus concepts because they're able to get earlier connections and experiences with it, so it makes more sense to them once they are in the higher ed courses. This is also in support of the 5 Cs. It requires us redesigning the current mathematical curriculum and focus on core skills to deeper mathematical thinking. They have to go deeper into thinking. When we think about our current situation with COVID, think of the amount of data that's been put in front of us. Think of how we've been using trends in history in regards to medical advances. A lot of information is coming out to us, but the average citizen may not be prepared to be able to see that data and be able to work through it. We need our students to be able to be strong knowers and doers of quantitative data and statistics, and that's part of why the changes are being implemented. Finally, we're still in the early stages of this. Like I said, many states are involved. Our timeline for revising standards for math comes every 7 years. Our 7-year will be 2023. So the standards were going to be revised, and they're following along with the VDOE standard policy and how they do that. Right now, they're just seeking feedback and consideration. I've actually had conversations with our math leads here in the division and asked them to give me input in regards to what are their concerns as a teacher and what are their concerns as parents, so that I can kind of stay in front and be able to answer questions directly that would affect not only them, but our large community here. I'm very much in agreement with what Ms. Thompson had said earlier about being transparent, in that tomorrow there's going to be an addition put on the website in regards to all 3 of the community webinars that they have held, and there will be a link where parents or anyone in the community can give feedback. You can actually post a question there, and they will directly answer it on the next webinar that comes up on May 25th. So we're in the beginning stages of all of this. I'm also going to have my eye on what other states are doing in regards to this pathway. We have the Virginia math pathways. There's a North Carolina one. There's a Pennsylvania one. It's nationwide, but I'm very much interested in what other states are doing as well, so we can see what we can pull or glean from it to make our job here a little easier. If you have any questions in regards to this, I will be my pleasure to answer them.
Ms. Smith, can I add one thing before you start? So the 3 math concept courses, that gets students through the 10th grade in Algebra 2. And what we see with students who don't believe they need any more math, they stop at Algebra 2 with 2 years left in high school. And what these are going to allow us to do there, if you saw, it was a very small writing of those courses, on the far right. There are things that are more in line with the skills that students need when they go into the workforce. So that data and that modeling of data and those kinds of things are courses that are added that actually make the end of high school more relevant for our kids that are going to go out into the workforce, as opposed to saying, I don't need any more math because I can graduate with Algebra 2, and they don't really continue to build skills that are going to lead them to success in a career. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Questions, board members?
Yes.
I know this has been a hot topic in the community. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Madam Chair. Okay, so I understand you're passing along information. You didn't create it, neither did Amherst, so this is coming from higher level. But there was some information out recently that Virginia was doing away with the advanced math courses. So I want to clarify that that's not true.
That's not true. You can still take AP Statistics, AP Calculus, all the advanced courses will still exist.
And it still is recognized on your diploma as advanced?
Yes, we haven't received anything in regards to changes in the graduation requirements, and those were questions that will probably be posed at the next forum.
And there will be no throttling of students who, we're not going to throttle back a student who is on an advanced course to even out the odds of someone that's not as working as hard or as advanced, right?
No,
It's
there won't be
individual?
any type of.
Okay.
No.
So what do you think the point is for the half credit options?
Those would be like mini courses. They won't last as long. Like right now, we have courses that last a semester. These might last a grading period.
So
So
could
you would do
someone,
2 in a semester.
could someone get an advanced math degree? Okay, so I didn't take advanced math, but it's my understanding when you would get a degree, there were bars to be met. You hit this bar, you hit this bar, you hit this bar in a category or
Right.
course, and you'd do
And
advanced.
those
There was
details
standard.
have not been shared as
Okay.
far as how, remember, those are
So-
sample courses.
Okay.
And they're going to go deeper in those on the 25th
Okay.
to see, are they classified as advanced? Do they weigh heavier than others? How do they fit into the graduation requirements?
Okay, so someone wouldn't be able to get an advanced math degree in sort of a cumulative effort of just take a bunch of mini courses and achieve the same by not
That
going
I'm not
into
sure
the-
of. I wouldn't feel confident answering that right now.
Okay, all right. That's all.
Is the shift theoretical, or is there evidence to
Oh,
show
no,
that it-
there is evidence to show. There's
that
research.
This is better than?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And that once they get to college, the remediation that takes place when they're in college, or the prerequisites that they have to meet that they are not able to achieve, causes them to repeat a lot more coursework than you would think.
So what if it's for those that don't go to college?
Mhm.
Does it help? Is there evidence to show that it helps them just as much?
Well, the courses that, and I
Or
didn't
this
show a
all
slide,
for-
no, there's more of a breakdown. I didn't want to overwhelm you, but there are other coursework that are more tied towards CTE type. If you wanted to be an entrepreneur and open your own business, they do kind of deviate to say certain courses that you see in the middle section there would be more geared towards the medical sciences, or, those types of things, so that you can see if that's the pathway that you would want to go and get a chance in the high school to get access to that type of math curriculum, as opposed to just going straight for the geometry, pre-calculus, and that route.
Okay.
but I can look for that. Okay.
So we'll have advanced placement classes then throughout the school experience for the child, not just later on in the high school, in 11th to 12th.
Advanced placement, you mean like AP, or you mean honors, or?
Well, honors, more fast-paced math classes for the students.
Acceleration will still exist.
Okay.
Acceleration will still exist. Mhm.
Ms. Smith, I appreciate your explanation of that. When I saw, the news that came out initially, I said, surely, I mean, you've got to, whether you
I
like it
know.
or not, you got a governor that's a doctor. How in the world are they going to endorse having a lack, so I really do appreciate your explanation of this, and I actually think it's kind of neat, that whole combining of concepts in one course like that. I think I could see some benefit in that, but I'm just curious. Keep an eye on it and see how it comes out in the wash, but thank you.
I will definitely do that. If any other questions, please email me and just let me know, or,
I have a few.
sure.
I have taught math,
Mhm.
secondary math, and have a degree in that, so I know what it takes.
Mhm.
And I've also taught it for many years. And I have great respect for a holistic approach, an integrated approach, and I know that can be very helpful.
Mhm.
I do have some questions though, because I'm struggling a little bit with this. Can you first tell me what type of flexibility we will have in the division?
We can create any type of courses that we so desire that would still fulfill, like, we can still keep the Algebra 1 course, we can still keep the Algebra 2 and geometry courses, but then we can create other courses like the Essential Concepts 1, 2, and 3. And even at the secondary level, we can create courses. We still have that type of flexibility. The standards will be lined up differently, so things that you would normally see in an Algebra 2 course, geometry and Algebra 1 course, you'll also see them meshed and reorganized in the essential skill courses in a way like Mr. Greiser was appreciating, that makes more sense and causes layer of a better understanding for students.
So I'm hearing you say that we will have the essential mathematics concepts, and those classes will be layered differently, and those concepts will be more integrated, which I know some states have done for a long time. If we so choose, we can parallel alongside of that our advanced classes of Algebra 1,
Yes.
Geometry, Algebra.
That's going to have to be the case for a
So it's
while.
not precluding those.
Right.
Okay, and then that can go all the way through high school.
That is correct. Because we have some students right now that are coming in on that track, so we don't want to pull that away from them as not being available.
Do you ever see that being pulled away from them once those students have left and graduated?
I don't see it, but I almost see like an appreciation of the essential skills will come out. Once you see the essential skills in action, and I think the results that we hope to get from it, I think it will gradually open people's eyes that this might be a better way of teaching math to our students, and that the Algebra 1 is not doing everything that we desire it to do.
We have the essential concepts 1, 2, and 3, and those are grades 8, 9, and 10.
Or they could be 9, 10, 11, or they could be, the arrangement could still
So
be
you have different
accelerated.
age group students in these,
Mhm.
or different grade level students.
It could be still follow an accelerated track. Essential skills could be at 7th grade, or it could be at 8th grade.
So we could potentially see an essentials concept 1 in 7th grade?
From what I understood,
If
because
students started in
8th grade.
8th grade, what would they be taking in 7th grade?
In 7th grade, they can take the essential skills. That's what I said, you can do the foundations, K through 7, but then there is an ability to do an acceleration, meaning you might be ready for an essential skill in 7th grade. If you're moving at an accelerated rate, you can take it a little bit earlier.
Okay, so if the students are in concept 1 and they're not doing well, would they advance to the next grade level, or would they repeat that course?
That's a question I would have to pose with the BDOE to see what they would recommend as
Because in
far as.
middle school.
Because I don't know what the course arrangement is right now, so I can't say definite what would be the outcome.
That might be a good question. In middle school, there's some tendency that the students continue to progress grade-wise and not look at passing a course?
It probably depends on whether there's a hospital credit attached to it or not, because then that answers that question. If there's a hospital credit attached, they don't pass it, they gotta take that again. So it looks like, based on this document, that maybe the Essentials 1 would look more like a middle school course as to whether or not a student would be allowed. You would have to go through the retention process for that.
Anyone else? Thank you for this. Anybody else?
We appreciate that because that's just been out there. I thought that was very good clarification for the first go-round. Ms. Smith, we appreciate that. And board, feel free to contact her. I think it's best to go to the source. We contact Ms. Smith if we had more mathematical questions. Is that all right with everyone? Abby, I forgot you were a math teacher. That might come in quite handy because I wasn't. But I do. Okay, where are we now? We are looking at.
We are now talking about kindergarten and Smart Start registrations.
Oh, yeah, the little thing.
Yes, ma'am. In your packet, you have a memo that just provides you information regarding our April registration for kindergarten. We registered 126 new kindergartners. We screened 179. That difference of 53 are students that are already registered in our system under our Smart Start program. We, last year at this, our current enrollment in kindergarten is 302. And last year, of course, we didn't do any screening because of COVID. But the spring of 2019, at this same time in the April registration for kindergarten, we were at 214. So we're a little down, but we're getting information out to our families about making sure that they register their children for kindergarten. Also, on the second page of this, I just wanted to point out we do have screening that is coming up June 4th and June 3rd and 4th in regarding our Smart Start program. We have already taken 74 applications, and we have confirmed eligibility of 56 of those applicants. Last year at this time, we had 113 applicants that were received, 78 of them eligible and 17 not eligible. So we're pretty much in line with that moving forward. I'll bring you back another update in July, closer to the start of the school year, so you'll know where we are in regards to our registration there. And I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Neighbors.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I wanted to bring to the board tonight an update on our efforts of student record maintenance. Included a memo in your packets for you to review and talk about our progress thus far. I did want to give you a list of who is involved in that process. It's not the most exciting thing to talk about student record maintenance, but I do appreciate the folks that have volunteered to be a part of that team. We've taken to calling ourselves a task force just to try to, spice it up a little bit, but we're working on that part to make it a little more exciting for folks. We have been heavily involved in planning and research, so going to VDOE, going to the Library of Virginia, looking at Virginia code, ensuring that we are starting from that strong foundation of being sound from a regulatory perspective. We have all of those components of our students' records that should be there, and that's really our starting place in trying to build that as we move forward. Talking about our focus areas, we have, and I've delineated those for you, separated out 3 buckets we're calling that we're going to try to fill with this information, these processes, procedures that we need to develop to ensure that we are maintaining student records in a way where we're just not compliant, but also that they are a resource for our teachers to be able to utilize. Oftentimes, those are an afterthought or something we have to use. We really want that to be an instructional resource for our staff in the buildings to get to know their students, understand how they function over a period of time, and we want them to be functional in themselves, those records. Our next steps as we're moving forward, even though we are moving quickly, we do want to try to have these processes and procedures in place as draft forms as we end the school year. So at our next board meeting, I'd really like to be able to bring you a draft of what those are going to look like and walk you through what that is. We want to give our schools and staff the summer to get used to these new procedures. There's going to be a process of migrating some of our files to this new format, new folders, color coding, whatever it is the task force decides would be best for those different pieces. But we understand that's a quick move, but we want to make sure that we have that in place and give schools plenty of time to move to these new procedures. Be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Board members? Questions? I've been following you with that. We had a conversation with some information out there some months ago, and I said, what are we doing? And so, as usual, we're ahead of the game. Appreciate that so much.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I just want to give a quick update to the board. I know I wasn't on the agenda, but I figure you might want to hear about where we are with summer school. Just give some brief updates, if I may. As of right now, we're approaching 600 students that have requested the ability to participate in the program. Not all of those are in person. We do have some students that have requested to participate virtually, but we're very pleased with how that number has developed. Even just a few weeks ago, we were close to half that number, so the word has really gotten out. Our schools have done a good job of recruiting, and we would be thrilled to have that many students in our schools this summer receiving that instruction. Staff is heavily involved in planning for curriculum and resources and really focusing on making this a memorable summer for our students, and very pleased with the work they've done so far. I do want to give kudos to Dr. Wells and his staff, specifically Ms. Campbell. They are working feverishly to ensure that we will be able to transport the students that have requested that or would like to be transported. I will say in Ms. Campbell's stead, and to provide her support, we certainly are looking at a point where we might reach a density. It's going to be difficult to transport that many students. Obviously, we want to ensure that we give our drivers the latitude to use that well-deserved rest over the summer if they're not interested in working. We've done everything we can to incentivize that for them and raising pay and ensuring we're honoring that time of them over the summer. As of right now, Ms. Campbell is able to cover the students that have requested it, but we are kind of quickly reaching that point where we might be able to, too many students to be able to transport everyone with that. We have had some parents that have already, families I should say, that have already indicated they would transport their students. We ask again, and certainly in public forum, if there are any families that are able to do that, we would appreciate them doing so that we can ensure we can get all the students to the program that want to be there this summer. But those are the updates thus far. Certainly be able to answer any questions you might have on summer school.
Madam Chair,
Thank
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any questions, but definitely send my thank you to Ms. Campbell for that effort. It's a lot of information to undertake there.
Yeah, she is always our hero behind the scenes
Yeah.
for programs like that. We appreciate her very much.
Any other questions about summer school?
Mr. Neighbors, real quick.
Yes,
How
sir.
many students do you normally have in a summer school, just to have a good comparison?
Not 600, I can tell you that. So when we were in a more typical format a couple of summers ago, at the elementary level, we had about 175 students at
Wow.
the two sites. And at the secondary level, we had somewhere in the neighborhood of about 150. So we
Gotcha.
are tremendously above what we would typically see with that, which, of course, in this year of all years, we're thrilled about that.
Gotcha, thank you.
Do we have enough teachers?
We do. We were pleasantly surprised by our response. When I put out the survey just to see who was interested, we had over 100 responses after just a few days. So a lot of staff really wants to work, and I think they also understand that this is a critical summer for a lot of our students, and they're excited about being a part of that. But we will actually have more staff than positions, so we're trying to be creative about how we can make sure that we can honor their desire to be a part of that as well. Yeah.
Cool.
That is definitely a good, unusually good property.
Yes, ma'am.
I would think that this, you're right, as you already said, this summer is a little different. A lot of people feel like we're doing a remedial, we're doing a get ahead, we're doing a catch up, we're doing a continuation of studying, so we got a great gamut going on there. Appreciate the hard work on that. There are no more questions. We should move on to human resources.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board,
Yes, sir.
I have inundated you with memos this evening. I have several. The first one is the current vacancy report, where we stand currently, with the need to fill. This was posted Friday, so actually there's been some slight updates. We have filled one position in professional, one classified as of today, and potentially tomorrow we'll have another professional position filled. But currently, as you look at it, it indicates 13 professional vacancies and 17 in classified. Worthy of note, though, the CMP assistants, we haven't intended to fill those during the course of this year, so those have just sat there waiting for us to take action to fill for. We'll start to look at filling those term as client for the coming year. And a few of those are some one-year-old positions as well. So to date, we have filled 23 positions. So we are active. That's in licensed positions and 5 classified. So it looks, so that puts us really at about maybe 30, what is that about? Yeah, 33 positions professional filled so far. And typically we end up being somewhere in the low 40s with professional positions moving into the next school year. But I'm happy to take any questions if you have any regarding that memo.
You're rolling, good work.
Okay. We are active, no doubt about it. The second memo is some disaggregated demographic data comparisons and licensure information. Some student population demographics compared to our employee population demographics. As you know, one of our comprehensive plan goals in HR is to recruit and hire highly qualified staff that are representative of our student population. And that is what we're attempting to do over the course of years, and we have some data to share. The memo shows you what each graph will provide following the memo. And in the fourth box, you can just look at the answer to the licensure questions that were asked. And that is information that was requested by the board. And it is, the areas are bulleted at the top. And if you flip across, you can take a look at the different data if you've had a chance to review it. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding that data that you might have tonight.
Anyone with direct questions for Mr. Gallagher at this time?
I don't have a question per se, because it's pretty self-explanatory. I just want to say thank you. I know this wasn't easy for
Oh.
Mr. Gallagher.
No worries whatsoever. We do track the data, so.
Yeah, I know, but it's good data to have.
Yeah.
I know when I came on the board, almost 5 years ago, we made a commitment to doing this, and I was wondering how we were progressing.
Yeah.
And we've made some strides, but we still have some more ways to go.
We have a long way to go.
Yes.
And for the, I do certainly have gratitude for our ACPS induction and recruiting committee, because they have worked diligently all this year, and we're broken into 3 subcommittees. We have a highly qualified and representative subcommittee basically looking at how we can increase in that area, an induction and support committee, and a communication and promotion committee. And at the end of the year, we will have a full-blown plan to address all these areas. And we've been very active in all of our communication with colleges and universities despite the pandemic. We are doing our very best. And there are certain things that you wish you could have larger pools of candidates. And we're doing, I'm using the input from those committees to do everything we can to help recruit an excellent and diverse staff in our division. Okay. The next memorandum is just informational, something that has come out from was sent out from the Department of Education in the superintendent's email. But it's regarding some upcoming changes. The 2021 General Assembly session, as you can see, implemented some policy changes in the Commonwealth regarding our uniform performance standards and evaluation criteria for teachers, how we evaluate our teachers and so forth, as well as licensure requirements. And all those are surrounding an effort to make sure that, as I read it here, that we have practices in cultural proficiency and efficacy, and that we have some training in place to achieve that. They're adding a standard, I think 6 in our evaluation criteria, and that's specifically provided behind, it's the last page in that memo, where you can see that they are going to add, as of 2022 in the fall, a standard that we will evaluate teachers by in the classroom instructionally for having culturally responsive teaching and equitable practices. And you can see the different indicators, the performance indicators outlined below that. That has been put in place partly as in response to the General Assembly's requirements. You can see there's the first bullet on the cover of the memo where they're asking that they put that together. In addition to that, there will be specific licensure requirements for training in those areas for anybody seeking initial licensure or relicensure. Interesting to note in that last bullet, just so for awareness purposes, And as of the fall of 2022, anybody in the division who has a license will be required to participate in training in these areas at least every 2 years. And in bullet 3, you can see that there will be additions to the licensure renewal process for endorsements in history and social science to include instruction in African American history as prescribed by the Board of Education. So these are awareness issues. This is a big undertaking. They have identified these appropriate areas for us to integrate into licensure requirements and to evaluation. We certainly can't ask our teachers to put these practices into place or our administrators to evaluate them without proper training. And that was my initial question. When are we going to get some support and knowledge of understanding what are the guidelines for that? And the DOE is going to put that up in December of 21. They will end up giving us further information specifically on what the requirements will be, and they are going to give us support with training for our administrators and teachers in those areas, and also potentially for some of the training that will be required every 2 years and for licensure. So there's a lot of information to throw out there. I put the superintendent's memo behind it, the email, and also some information directly from the evaluation standards, but I'm happy to take any questions that you might have on that. Just wanted you to have advanced information since that will be applicable in about a year and a half, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if there will be any public comment on this?
Nowhere has it indicated that there will be public comment on what that is going to look like. I've actually asked and tried to figure out further information because there wasn't a whole lot of specificity, to be honest with you, about the implementation timeframe regarding the evaluation procedures. They did give that with the licensure. So I had to make sure that those two were in alignment, and they are, and they haven't given any information to us or posted it about public comment on how they are planning to, put out this information in response to the General Assembly policy change.
And I'm just looking at this that you gave me, and I'm not looking at the
Okay.
email. So do we have more information than just this?
I have the entire, well, as of March of 18, as far as the evaluation process, we have more information on that. And that is the actual manual that we typically utilize. It hasn't been revised. It is not enforced yet, but I have the entire manual. I'm certainly happy to send a copy of that to you because, well, I will tell you that as you see by the yellow flags, that that's how many different areas where there are impactful changes throughout in the different language and application of how teachers will be evaluated in the classroom and the expectations that will be there. Of course, once they're properly trained. So I can share that information with you, and if I find any information about public comment, of course I'll put that forward.
I would like to see it. I know that we're all on board for culturally responsive classrooms and practices of equity, but it seems like I find out there's lots of different definitions for those things.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm interested in seeing the teacher training. What are the specific things those teachers are being required to do? I personally don't want to see our teachers having to teach something that's against their beliefs.
Well, I think if you look at the performance indicators, that'll give you an idea at least where their focus will be, but they won't put those, that criteria for training and those indicators out probably until December.
December?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll look for it then, but if you hear anything about public comment, I just think that we need to respect our teachers.
I will do that, and there's no other document or guidance regarding the licensure at this time. It's just the information from that superintendent's email.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, is there any way I could have a digital copy of that?
100%, and if you look at this right here, and now I'm not going to tell you you have to do that, but if you go on the DOE site or even on Google and just type that in, that'll pop up because it is posted on the DOE website, but I will send it to you electronically. So they have posted it, but yes, ma'am. Okay, any questions?
Yes, sir. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. Well, that brings us to our dental insurance renewal proposal for you all. That is a memo that follows. You've had that for review. The memo describes the process that we went through to kind of take bids from dental providers, the process we went through to select finalists, and we ended up having 2 finalists, and we held interviews for those groups. And the memo describes the different characteristics that led us to select Anthem as our recommendation for our dental provider. You can see some of the benefits. Of course, you can see in bulleted some of the factors that we looked at, and we did look at that very closely among the committee. This renewal does represent an increase of 17.6, which is a 2-year guaranteed rate at that level. But it is also, that is the same, that matches our current amount of increase that we would experience from, MetLife if we stuck with that group. The significant benefit that we receive from bundling with Anthem is they'll give us a 2% reduction in our medical benefits, which is very substantial, and it will help us lower costs for our employees. So I thought that was a huge benefit with this group, but also when we rated them, they came out significantly ahead of the other group that was kind of there as the two finalists. So if there are questions regarding anything there, the process or the recommendation, I'm sure myself or Ms. Crouch can answer any questions that you have.
Sorry to, no, we're good. I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the 2% reduction that will get in medical insurance, we are going to tailor that to the employee?
That is correct. Yes, as we had projected, if this was the direction that we went, that would occur, yes, ma'am.
Any other general questions?
Yeah, quick question. What was the expected increase on the medical?
What was the expected?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so we were actually, if I'm saying this correctly, I think we were at a point where we were at an employee increase of 3.9, am I correct, Teresa? Is that right? Which would bring it down to a 1.9% increase?
With the balance funding, it was gonna be a 6.8,
Okay.
because we were going with balance funding.
Oh, correct, yes, ma'am.
That was
Sorry.
gonna be a 6.8.
That was for fully, I apologize.
So it brings the increase for the balance funding down to 4.8
For the
for the increase. However, if you will recall, with the fully insured, it was going to be a 3.9. And so if we take 2% off of that, the employees will see a 1.9% increase, and the employer will pick up the difference.
Okay.
And that's all built into the budget.
Okay, great.
I knew that's where we're going, but not sure how we got there.
When we
That's right.
actually talked about that scenario and laid that out in February, I believe. And so
Thank you.
amazing that it's still in place. But yeah, our employees came out in a good way.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so if approved, we would notify the groups as of tomorrow.
You need a motion on that?
I believe so, Mr. Crouch, we need a motion to.
It's certainly up to you guys. If y'all want to wait until next time, or if you feel comfortable now, that's fine. We did not bring it, we never want to bring anything and tell you something on it tonight, right? So that's certainly up to you guys.
Well, I mean, do we have any odd with this? It's been fairly plain.
Do it, yeah.
So do we, I guess, Ms. Parliamentary, we need a action, we move it to action, or we just take it from there? Oh, good, good. So at this time then, you've heard the report from Mr. Gallagher on the dental insurance agent at this time. Can I have a motion of approval?
So moved. I'm sorry.
I hear you. Everybody, right? Mr. Cece, okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Thompson, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you all. That's all I have.
So Ms. Ligon.
Yes, sir.
It looks like that because we put our young people at the front to recognize them, they didn't show up on the back. But I am not gonna prevent them, so they're gonna take part of my time.
Okay.
And I would like for
First part?
Mr. Colton Davis and Ms. Reagan Bowie to give their reports.
By all means. Who would like to go first? Okay, come be said. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening, board members, faculty, and parents. We're at that time of the year where we're recognizing our seniors for their achievements throughout the years. On May 19th, there will be a Golden Tassel ceremony for the National Honor Society seniors at the high school. And there will also be a Golden A Award ceremony, which will also be held at the high school on May 25th. A little of what I'm going to do after graduation. After graduation, it is my plan to attend Virginia Commonwealth University and major in biochemistry. I feel the experience I've gained this year with the school board has helped to prepare me for challenges as I begin college and beyond. Some of the lessons I've learned is that things just don't happen, that there is a great amount of preparation and work that goes into every decision. And when you're dealing with a group of people, it takes compromise in order to make progress. and I greatly appreciate the experience.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. The main thing that everyone is talking about in the high school right now is graduation. And many seniors are so grateful that we have the opportunity to walk across the stage as if it were any other year. This shows that the people that work for the schools truly care about their students, and on behalf of all ACHS seniors, I thank you for giving us the graduation we have been dreaming about. The week following graduation, we have Amherst Theater's musical Lion King Jr. I have been blessed with the opportunity to play King Mufasa for 2 nights and Pumbaa the Warthog for the other 2 nights. Miss Emmert, along with the rest of the cast, has been putting in so much work, like building Pride Rock, getting all of the costume pieces together, and figuring out sound that would work outside. Overall, this play is coming together, and I encourage all of you to come out to the high school June 2nd through the 5th. Since this is my last board meeting as a student representative, I would like to thank Dr. Arnold and the school board for giving me this experience. This is something that I will never forget, and I will look back on when I'm old, thinking about my younger days. Secondly, I want to share my plans after high school. After countless months of weighing my options, I will be attending James Madison University, majoring in political science.
Go do.
JMU is about to get the most loud, insane, and spirited football fan, and I'm excited to see where these next 4 years take me. Thank you.
Wonderful, just great. We're excited. I'll make some more comments about that later. We'll turn now over to Dr. Arnold.
Okay, and I want to thank you guys both publicly as well, and to let you guys know that the high school is going through their process right now for our next year's representative. So we'll get back in touch with you on that one, but thank you guys. Y'all have been awesome. Okay, so my first item is to bring to you the more updated or more, I guess, detailed 21-22 school year recommendations. What I would ask is that, because I know there's probably elements of this that will spark a lot more conversation than other parts. So let me get through it, and then we'll go back to the parts that you really want to work through. And so I certainly like to get through the whole thing first, and then we'll come back to things that you want to talk about. So leading into this, I think it's important to know that, and I talk about COVID numbers every time we sit down, we are currently at 4.1 per 100,000 in Amherst County, which we haven't seen since June, maybe. And so, I mean, we're literally getting 1 a day. Okay, so we are moving in a very good direction. We have had a lot of vaccinations occur, and so this is something that I feel as we move forward, this is going to happen and can happen for us. And so, first I'd like to say, and I'm going to say this with a caveat, because 2 hours ago we received different updates from the CDC. I think one of the things that we need to realize, though, as Dr. Wells said, is that we are still under a governor's mandates as well. So what I want to say about this is, as restrictions are loosened, we will loosen the restrictions, right? So we will reflect what CDC and governor and VDH and all of those, like we did in the fall last year. Because if you remember, in the fall last year, we didn't have the governor's mandates yet, and so we were. So at this point, based on where we are currently at this moment, we will continue the mitigation strategies of social distancing, which has been reduced to 3 feet. We'll continue doing visual screenings for our students with their, the teachers with their students. We'll promote our hygiene practices. Currently, and we don't know where this is going, it is face coverings because of EO 72, not CDC recommendation right now, but that's for all vaccinated folks at this point. We'll continue to do our due diligence with cleaning and sanitation. We don't believe that we're not going to we're going to have to do contact tracing still when folks test positive, and then we'll continue as much as possible to cohort our students. That way if there is a positive case, that it doesn't spread. So we're going to still try to keep our students together as much as possible in the same groups throughout the day. Now in high school, you understand that that's virtually impossible, but elementary school, we can do a much better job with that. In terms of transportation, in order to get all of our students there, we will reduce down and allow for 2 students per seat. There is a presidential order about transportation, and I believe that the new CDC guidance said something about transportation as well, public transportation. And so there'll certainly need to be face coverings on the buses, and they will continue to clean and do sanitation. School meals is still going to be a difficult one for us. We feel like at this point, we're going to still need to have our students eat in the classroom, because if we put them in an open lunchroom, then everybody has the mask off, and so then if we have to quarantine, that's a lot of students versus one classroom. But we will continue to reevaluate that and base that on the guidance that we're getting. So those are the things that we feel like we have to keep in place in order to keep the plan that we want going. As far as staffing is concerned, and what I've put here is, they're the things that you guys as a board allowed us to do this year to help support what we were doing in the buildings with extra single-year positions. We will continue the custodial additions, the nurse supports, the counselor supports, instructional assistants, the full-time substitute teachers. Those are all things that we paid for with our COVID funds, and we want to continue those because we still feel there's a need for that. And as you remember in our budget process, that was where the CARES Act 2 money was going to be put in place. And the only addition that you'll see will be the remote learning administrator that's going to be needed to deal with the clerical and the facilitation of virtual Virginia, right? And if you'll remember in our budget, we had a list of like teachers and administrators for the remote academy, but we're not going to need those because we're doing virtual Virginia. But we will need somebody to help facilitate when those students are enrolled, and how we support those students as well. So those are the continuation. Those are in the CARES Act budget, not our operational budget. Okay. The big one that I think you guys will want to talk about, and we will talk about at the end, is about start times. And so when we went out and we gave the information about having elementary start at 8 o'clock, having secondary start at 9 o'clock. I know you guys received input, I received input. Some of that had to do with scheduling conflicts at the end of the day for secondary students, extracurricular activities, and how that impacts our secondary students at the end of the day. Child care, how that impacts our elementary students. And so those were the things that I received, and I believe you received the same types of information. Now, what I know you also wanted to know what happens around the area. Appomattox and Nelson County are small enough where they can run one bus route. They don't have to run shifts, and so they can go at the same time. And so that leaves Bedford County, who their secondary students go after the elementary students, and so they report at 8:55. So that's closer to what we had recommended last month. Campbell County and Lynchburg City work on it before. So secondary starts before, and those are the times that they go in. Lynchburg City has their secondary students go in at 7:30, Campbell County at 8:05. Now, of course, it's my job to make a recommendation about what is most impactful to students in the classroom, right, in school. Obviously, the things that we got feedback on are not as much about what happens in the school and in the classroom. And I understand readily that there are other factors that are going to go into this. But just so you know, that research does show that there are decreases in tardiness, absenteeism, Our students do better, secondary students do a better job, increased assessment scores. So I feel like it's my responsibility when we're talking about the education of our students to talk about what is best for them in an educational setting. But that doesn't answer all of the issue here. So I just want to say that before we go any further. So because of that, I am recommending that the elementary start at 8 and the secondary start at 9. And that is based on what I feel like is my responsibility to do what's best for kids in school. But there obviously has been research that supports that. At the end of this, we will certainly revisit this because I know a lot of the feedback that you've gotten, a lot of feedback that I've gotten don't match with this. So we'll get to that here shortly. But I would like to talk about some of the other particulars of this plan. The first is how is the school going to look for our students? In the elementary school, they'll be in 5 days a week, all day, no hybrid spaces. It will look like 2019 in an elementary school. Okay, so that is how the elementary is going to look. The secondary, after work with staff, the high school, the middle schools, they have all landed on wanting to use the block schedule, but it's a little different than what they did this year. So this year they did a 4x4, which means in the fall they took 4 courses, and in the spring they took 4 courses. The problem with that is that it really compresses your curriculum and your teaching because the students that have the 4 in the fall, they have to test at the end of that course, like in the winter, right? And so with SOL testing and those kinds of things. If they took an AP course in the fall, AP course, the testing doesn't happen until the end of the year in May. So those kids have a gap between what they have to take. So there's a different model of block scheduling called AB. And what AB means is that students actually take 8 classes all year long, but they rotate day to day which 4 they take. So if you look at this on Monday, they will take their A block classes. So they'll be in 90 minutes in 4 blocks, and they'll have 4 courses. Tuesday, they'll do the other 4. And then Wednesday becomes this day where they kind of rotate, right? Because they want to make sure that on one week you'll have A block 3 times, the next week you'll have B block 3 times, right? So does that make some sense? Okay. So what this allows then obviously is that nobody has to take an SOL test in the wintertime. It's all springtime testing, so they get the full year. It doesn't feel rushed, it doesn't feel compressed. Those students that are taking AP testing, they are in class all year long, and they are in class up to when they actually take the AP test. They're growing programs such as AP, dual enrollment, CT, and internships. Those are better suited for the year long, as opposed to that 4 per semester. And so that's why the high school and middle schools have recommended, and we agree that they would use an AB schedule. And that's going to provide 8 opportunities for credits as well. So if you remember 2 years ago, we were on 7-period day, and so students are getting 1 more opportunity to earn credits, which is also a positive thing. So we go back. I've talked to you guys about this several times, but the delivery options for instruction based on the Senate Bill 1303, you shall, as a school board, offer in-person instruction to any student that wants in-person instruction to meet the standard requirements of time. So for us, that means 5 days a week, 6.5 to 7 hours a day, and so we have to meet the 180 days or the 990. So that is required by law this upcoming school year. The virtual, which was a May statement, which we have talked about, you may provide it, you may not. But I think we all agree that there are a group of students that may benefit from having a virtual option. But we also brought to you last time that we think that virtual option should be done in a way that doesn't tax our system, our resources, and our teachers. And by doing that, we selected Virtual Virginia. I will have you know that since we announced that, most of the other divisions around us have started to change their virtual options to Virtual Virginia as well, because they see the value in doing it that way. So this is what Virtual Virginia will look like. In your packet, there is an application form. That application is going to have some criteria that students need to meet in order to get enrolled into Virtual Virginia. It will be available for students in kindergarten through 12th grade. It is based on semester, so if they enroll, then the first semester, they're enrolled for the first semester. So if they want to come out, they can do that at semester break. If you look over on the far right, this gives a breakdown of what our cost estimate is. And so it's going to cost roughly $2,600 per elementary student for the year, and it will cost about $2,000 for the secondary student per year. And based on our feedback from families as to who would take the virtual option, we are estimating 400 students, and that would cost roughly $896,000 for the full year for those students. And as you remember, we put about $1.3 million in that CARES line to deal with staffing a remote academy. So instead of staffing a remote academy, we're paying tuition, and it would actually be a bit less money in terms of the CARES Act funding. As far as Virtual Virginia is concerned, it's not an a la carte enrollment. So for example, if I'm a student, I'm going to decide to take government and English at home, and then I'm going to come into school and take 2 other courses. We need this to be the where you go. If you want to take virtual courses, this is the program. This is what's being offered. We do recognize, however, that all of our students are bona fide students. They are our students, even if they're in Virtual Virginia, which makes them eligible for any of our extracurricular or VHSL activities. So that's the Virtual Virginia model. One thing I do want you to know is that we have to start enrolling kids. And so we'd like to start getting information out to our students so we can start to enroll them. We are guaranteed space as long as they're enrolled by July 15th. If we go beyond that, then there's no guarantee that there's going to be space or room for our students. And that's really important because the amount of students that might be taking advantage of it across the state is going to be pretty big. And so they're going to have to staff that. And so what I showed you this last time was the timeline that we had put in place. And so we're here on May 13th. This is the plan. And what the goal was to say, okay, here's the plan. Now we were going to put out a survey to families about the times, those kinds of things, to get their feedback. So then you in June would be able to say, we're good to go. In the meantime, of course, we want to start enrolling students in Virtual Virginia. Now, if Virtual Virginia is not the option you guys want, I hope that it is, and you change in June, it's no harm, no foul. We can tell those kids that, okay, that's not your option, but do realize that we'll then have to build a remote option or not, right? So we will be enrolling them with the understanding that it might not happen. But I really think that based on your reaction last time, that this is probably the way you're leaning towards. So those are the timeline, the plan, and so I guess at this point, would y'all like to go back to which slide? No guess. How about that one? Yeah. We'll start there. So, any questions or comments?
Madam Chair? Well, I originally had indicated, I mean, and I'm up to what my colleagues would want to do, but, I mean, I feel like I've heard enough feedback from staff and parents to make a decision. I'm not sure if the other board members are, no pressure to do that. I'm fine with putting it out. I would like to try to get, I like to try to get as much information to parents for planning purposes as we can possibly, as fast as we can.
I understand.
But also conscious of making good informed decisions. But I was just going to state that I'm ready to make a decision tonight. If my colleagues are, if not, I understand.
So, yeah, I'll I am too. So since last board meeting, I've heard from other people as well. First, I asked my own kids because they're there. Honestly, they don't seem to have a problem. So I think they're good with it. You'd rather sleep in a little bit more. But I'm ready. I think the sooner we can make this decision, not drag things out, the better.
Madam Chair? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, I agree with that. Not just about the school schedule, but I'm gonna reiterate what I said at the last meeting, and that is moving full steam ahead with our opening date and getting kids back in the classroom. You know, with the regular challenges of getting every child every day ready and COVID coupled, I don't wanna fall behind any more than we were. I think Amherst has done an amazing job staying on top of it with what we had to work with. But, yeah, I like what you said about you're having to worry about the child's education. And that doesn't discount the other factors. I'm a parent too. I struggle with the same challenges. But it is about the child's education at the end of the day. And I think that I'm ready to make a decision.
I guess we got to show her hand.
That's
not very vague. I don't know what you're saying.
I was vague, doesn't mean I was vague at all.
No. I don't know which time you're in favor for. And I didn't make it clear which I was.
Is there a choice?
We're talking about just right now, this one slide, right? Not
So, yeah, this is my recommendation for the start times.
Right.
Right? It really feels like it's one of the few, if not the only thing that is of much discussion, you know, that might be controversial, right? The rest of it seems pretty.
Well, yeah, and I'll comment on some of the other stuff just for whatever it's worth. When I first saw that AP structure, I was a little concerned because I'm like, we can't do this every other day thing. But we explained it. I think it's great. I think it's really going to be cool.
Yeah.
And it's going to provide a lot more opportunity, and I love that. And you also said that as much as the governor eases up on restrictions, that's how much we will be easing up on it too, including, I would say, you know, even if it's where everything is, we're good to go, whatever, you know, go back as we were, that's what I think we need to do. Eating in the classroom, and we go back to eating in the cafeteria.
Right, that's.
All of it.
Simple adjustment like that.
Yeah, and like I say, if we did this 2 days from now, it might look a little bit different than this one, right? Because who knows when the governor's now gonna come out and make another statement. We know he said June 15th, but because of this, it might pick up some pace and be next week. So whatever it is, we will adjust the mitigation strategies. Those are gonna be flexible as we go, but I think where we are now, we wanna make sure that people understand that's where we are now.
I'm okay with the times. I just had questions about the virtual Virginia, but if we're gonna do the time first, that's.
You can ask the virtual Virginia, it's fine.
Oh, okay, for the virtual Virginia, we're gonna be charging parents then?
No, we're paying the tuition. The school system will pay the tuition.
Okay.
And that's the COVID money. That's what the COVID money is there for, to provide those virtual options for our families if they need it.
Okay, no matter how many students put in for it?
No matter how many.
Okay.
And we really feel like, I mean, I think that might be more students that actually end up enrolling in it, and still at that number, we're more than have the resources to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I guess I need to show my hand then, because I know I think y'all are commenting on this. The commentary that I've heard has been geared towards the old start times, keeping those schedules in consideration current. I completely understand what Dr. Arnold's position, but I just wanted to clear up that was my position. I know we're talking about what's on the slide, but that's what I was alluding to.
I have only seen one or two emails from people, but they both recommended going back to the older schedule, not switching it the way it is now. But in seeing what you've got here, I think everybody's in agreement that the best thing is to have them there 5 days a week. And if it requires a mask, if the governor requires a mask, then that's what we got to do. I've had people ask, are you going to require kids to wear masks? And I was like, I'm not going to require kids to wear masks, but apparently the governor is until when he doesn't. You think back to about 13, 14 months ago, we were getting hourly updates. Right. We didn't truly know what was going to happen. So we're kind of at the mercy of that, but if that's whatever the mandate of the moment is, that's what we're going to have to do. But and so when it comes to times, like I said, everybody that I have gotten input from has requested going back, like you said, to the older schedule.
My comments that I've heard have been a little bit varied between both of them, so I couldn't say that the comments on my end have come and weighed one way more so than the other. I did have one parent, I think Dr. Norman helped me with this one, and she had some really good questions. We talked about maybe a frequently asked question document or something, but I think you've answered some of those about can the student participate in sports? Can you transition back? And I believe I heard you say you could transition between semester 1 and 2.
That's what we pay for, right?
Okay.
That's semester at a time. But if you read the law, and the law says any student that wants to come back in person may do so. So I don't believe, as a school system, we can prevent a student who starts off in virtual Virginia for 2 months and says, I want to come back. I don't think we can prevent them from that based on the law. And so that's why I'm not making the statement that, you can't come back during the year. It would be more beneficial to
You would recommend
have some continuity there. Yeah.
And then I think parents would need to know if we're doing the block schedule and those classes are year-long.
That's correct.
And Virtual Virginia is on a semester class, then those students that would transition back would have a more difficult time.
Yes.
So, for the secondary students, I guess it would be more beneficial for them to be virtual all year.
That's correct.
They just need to know what the consequences are going to be if they decide
Yeah.
to come back.
That's correct.
And then I know we've got money budgeted to pay for these students, but we've heard some things this year about the early grades, like K through 3. Virtual is very difficult for them. Are we going to have any type of funding for teacher support, that if we have students that are struggling in Virtual Virginia, like in kindergarten, 3rd grade, that we have people that can go to home, or have we thought about that?
Well, and it said the original goal behind Virtual Virginia is allowing us to separate our staff from the Virtual Virginia staff. But that doesn't mean that they're still our students.
Correct.
Right?
I
And
just
that,
meant some
but it would
support.
need to be an on top of or an extra, an outside of their normal day. And we can treat that like any other support that we provide students outside of the classroom. I mean, we do things like homebound and remediation types of, so we have the ability to kind of connect with those folks. But my hope is initially is to separate. But if we find that we have students that, well, quite frankly, if they're not being successful in Virtual Virginia, they need to come back.
Yes.
And that's part of the criteria in that document.
I just don't want to see kids in kindergarten through 3rd grade in those critical years getting really far behind and we don't provide some supports or bring them back.
Well, they need to be in school.
They bring them back, so.
I think that, I can't sit here and say that there are not medical issues that will prevent a kindergartner from coming back to school. I can't sit here and tell you that. But for most of our students, school's a safe place. And if they're not being successful in Virtual Virginia, we are going to bring them back to school.
So we'll
That's-
be watching and tracking.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's part of what that administrator position there, the facilitated position there, is to keep track of how our students are doing in virtual.
So I think where we are now, we understand the mitigation, we understand the changes of CDC and the governor, and we are, I think we're okay with that. I think we're okay with Block. I think we're okay with First Virginia. The item on the table, and I had one more note, which is the opposite way.
Right.
This letter says, you know, let's have the secondary go back to being early, and the elementary go back to being late for reasons of sports and work. It comes from one of our people here. He asked me to mention that. So we've seen both things, and I think it's up to the board and the superintendent to try to make a reasonable solution to the time. And I'm not going to say which it should be. We have a recommendation, however.
Can I offer something
Yeah.
to you all? Is that the original, and so we have to weigh you having enough knowledge and enough information to make a decision versus how soon do we make the decision to allow families to prepare for that decision. And what we had originally intended to do was to, between now and your June meeting, to put out a survey saying, hey, everybody, what do you want? And then that way, you will have, by the next meeting, this is what the majority says. And I feel like that's an issue like this, right? When everybody, every family is impacted in a slightly different way, right? And that's really gonna be the case here, is it's an individual issue. And so you're either gonna find out how everybody feels and then go from there, or, or your conscience, I guess, what you think is right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So also, these start times are taken in consideration of transportation, that we have to run 2 bus routes versus other counties that don't.
Absolutely.
Because of their mitigation. Mitigation could change that, but right now, we're expecting, if mitigation changes as far as distancing and things like that, you're gonna change the 2 routes?
We've always run 2 routes.
Okay.
We'll be
This year we
required.
ran 3.
So that's why we stagger our crossings anyway.
Yeah.
I grew up in Nelson, so we didn't have to do
Right.
that. So, those start times are taking that into consideration, it's just flip-flopping. Okay.
So you're saying, hold up.
It sounds like, I mean, I don't get a warm fuzzy to everybody.
Is that what you're saying?
Get the data.
I'm saying that was what was the original plan. And that's, and that was all.
Said it earlier.
All right, hold on. This slide was presented
I think we knew
in
that, but we're just
April.
trying to help. You know, I was just making a statement that was your recommendation.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
I agree with the survey going out.
Yeah, and I do, as we talked about, absolutely.
I just wanted to say that I actually agree with the new times you proposed, because my kids, the old schedule, they were getting up at 5:30 in the morning to get on the
So, I mean,
bus.
and the exact point is that it impacts everybody in a certain
It
way.
was a fight
And
every
so,
morning.
the way I land on this is what's best for students
Right.
and their learning. And that's where I land.
We have a unique situation where half, part of this rural, and part is a mini city with one high school to get everybody from
Yeah.
No.
every end
It
of the
doesn't
county.
make transportation issues
No matter which way we go, the first pickup will be sometime around 6 o'clock,
Yeah.
whether it's an elementary kid or a high school kid.
That's the only reason I was thinking that it's a lot easier for a high school kid to get up and dressed on his own than to have a parent. But let's put the survey out and find out.
Yeah, that was the original intent. And that way I'll bring it back to you
Maybe I'll find out
guys and
what
say 55, I'll come back to you and say 51% said yes.
50.50.
Yeah. That's how it usually works.
So that's going to give the community enough time to plan. What do we,
Well,
for next meeting?
yeah, I mean, you'll decide in June.
Okay.
My hope is, the plan was is that you would bless the whole plan in June,
Okay.
right? That way, everything is locked down, and this is what we're going with.
Okay, so some of us have shown our hands.
I'll
The
go.
community knows where we're standing on this, so feedback would be very important.
Yes.
Okay.
And that will go out tomorrow.
Okay.
Madam Chair, one more question. Have you talked with the coaches and how this is going to impact sports?
Yeah.
Make sure it's
Doable if we went with new time?
Oh, yes.
So with sports in general, right now we're doing a 4 o'clock dismissal for secondary anyway. So practice will start around 4:15 to 4:20 and end around 6:20, 6:30. Games are scheduled for starting at around 6 to 7, depending on the sport. So we're doing it now. So I don't foresee it being an issue moving forward. Just if we go back to the way we had it before, with school getting out at 3 o'clock, then we start practice at 3:15, 3:20, and be done by 5:30. So it's doable. Sometimes for longer distance travel, which we haven't had much long distance travel this year because of the COVID restrictions, we had to play closer to home. You may have a day where if you had to go down to a Pulaski or somewhere like that, you may have to leave a few minutes before just regular dismissal, but I think we could accommodate that.
And I think one of the things that schools, the coaches had to deal with in the old schedule was holding kids at school while they waited for the bus to come to go to a game or to, so it was an hour of waiting as well sometimes. And so, it really does depend in terms of those kinds of things. And Bedford County's on the same schedule currently, so we play 3 of their teams in a year, yearly scheduling. We play 3 of their schools. So we will get we'll get the survey out, we'll get that information back to you, and hopefully then make the final decision on, and I guess maybe for folks that are listening, there's very much the feeling that everything except for the start of the day feels pretty good to folks, right? The direction, right? Because I want people to at least get that kind of feedback. We're gonna ask the specific question start time, but then we're just gonna put in more of a general comment questions about the other parts. We're not looking to say, do you like AB or do you like 4x4, that kind of stuff. I think the schools have done a good enough job of working through that to get the appropriate recommendation.
Here's one that I need to read while we talked about a lot of things, but here's just one idea that a parent said. It says, regarding my son who's turned in 11th grade, he attends Emmons County High School and the Governor's School, which meets at Heritage. He and his CBGS classmates and the STEM students at CBCC have had a very odd schedule this year due to the latter school day times at Amherst. Governor's School begins at 7:30 and lets out at 10:15 to 10:30. The classes these students take at Amherst County High School don't begin until 1:25. Of course, that break time between schools can be used to complete other work if they are at home, but it's very awkward for students without their own transportation to ride the bus to the high school and then have to sit around until the third block begins. Because the other school districts that have students in Central Virginia Government School and STEM start their days at 7:30 or 8, these students have to be there that early, but then have a great deal of wasted time in the midday. It would make more sense to run Amherst County Public School at a closer time frame to the other area districts when it comes to the academic programs such as STEM and CBGS. So other than the sports part of it, and the babysitting part of it, we also have those concerns.
Yeah, we have in the CBGS and STEM, we probably have about 10 kids that are being impacted that way. Okay. All right, so moving on, the next part is vaccination clinic. We have that little video. Dr. Wells talked about vaccines, and Ms. Payne was one of our support staff of the year, and one of the reasons, and I don't think Mr. Holmes talked about it specifically, was she was a rock star in our vaccine clinic. I mean, she was everywhere. She did everything for that vaccine clinic, and we have to this point we have administered close to 5,300 doses for this community, for the Amherst community. And I'm going to say that if it were not for the efforts put in by Amherst County Public Schools, that wouldn't have happened in Amherst County. And so I want to publicly thank our volunteers. We had 66 Amherst County Public School volunteers. We had 15 from the community. We had 9 folks from the EMS and 12 from other areas in the county administration that volunteered. So we did a little video, and we just want you to watch it. It's a 2-minute long video, but this is just to say thank you to all those folks that made this happen.
Together to the day our world changed in a way we never could have imagined. The COVID-19 pandemic has dominated our lives for over a year, creating anxiety, stress, fear, and uncertainty.
The COVID-19 pandemic has dominated our lives for over a year, creating anxiety, stress, fear, and uncertainty. I would like to, however, talk about something a little more positive and hopeful, and that's vaccinations. While Amherst County Public Schools' initial goal was to vaccinate our entire staff in an attempt to make a return to full-time in-person learning a greater possibility, we quickly realized that we had the capacity to host and staff these vaccination clinics in an efficient manner. We understood that our community's health is tied to our school system, so we began lobbying the Virginia Department of Health to allow us to provide vaccinations for the Amherst community. In a partnership with the Amherst County Public Safety and the Virginia Department of Health, Amherst County Public Schools has now been hosting a mass vaccination clinic for the Amherst County community for several weeks at our high school.
So the event today is hitting the VDH Phase 1C. So those people are identified on their VDH site. But basically everything today is appointment only, but we do operate from 9 to 12 today. And so we're trying to get everybody in. We're doing about 350 shots today. Again, it's hitting Phase 1C. Next week, we're going to go to Phase 2, as anticipated. And then that'll be open for almost everybody in the state who's above the age of 18 for Moderna, or 16 over for Pfizer. You can go to the Amherst County website or the Amherst County Schools website, and there's a link to the Eventbrite site, and the Eventbrite is where you'll sign up for these clinics. We're doing this for the community. If you need the shot or you need to get that shot, just go on the Eventbrite site. Let us know. If you're having any issues with that, feel free to call us, and we'll be glad to help you through it.
So well run, Dr. Wells and his staff, everybody did such a great job, and it was the most positive thing, in a year of not so much positive. That was a really positive atmosphere. So we're really grateful and thankful that all that happened. I wanted to do that publicly tonight.
Chick-fil-A would be jealous.
I was going to say, you got the Chick-fil-A recognition, so that's great. It's like Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they did great.
Okay, so moving on, for this next is Board of Supervisor request. On Friday, I sent you in the board report that Ms. Ligon and I have been invited to attend the May 18th, which is next Tuesday, Board of Supervisor meeting at 7 o'clock to discuss our recently completed equity classes. A couple things I want to say about that first. I work at the pleasure of this board. And this board has purview over all decisions made with the schools. That is your, when you ask Mr. Wright about your responsibility, that is your responsibility to have purview over decisions about the board. That being said, unless I'm instructed otherwise, Ms. Ligon and I intend to attend and lay out the who, what, when, and how of our equity lessons this spring. There was a list of 25 questions that were produced. Some of them related to the lesson topic, not all of them. I'll prepare a statement to answer most of those. And understanding that many of those weren't germane. There were several that were asked about transgender, and so I'm going to ask, if y'all want me to go, I will answer the questions in a statement that are about the equity trust, because that's what the invitation was about. I want y'all to remember that you guys have had several, 3, 4 public discussions about this, and you laid out the parameters and the processes for future instruction. We passed a policy we haven't passed a policy, you made a motion that a policy was going to be developed to lay out those processes and procedures. And so, before y'all discuss it, I just wanted to say those kinds of things, because this school board deals with school issues, and so I'm open to answer any of your questions or respond in any way you want to.
We'll have more discussion. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, in fact, they're summoning you guys up there. I appreciate your willingness to go and do what you gotta do. Whether or not people agree with this one thing, but we're elected to help run this school division along with you. And if anybody in the community or on the board of supervisors has issues, they could come here and discuss those with us, not the other way around. So I just think it's I don't like the power grab that they're trying to get here.
Madam Chair? I concur. As a student of local government and knowing what our constitutional responsibilities are, I was very insulted when I saw what was put out there. I was insulted on a couple different levels. One, because I know what our authority is as a school board, especially now that we're elected and not appointed by the Board of Supervisors. And I'm not trying to start a riff. I just think that they really need to examine what their actions are with this. But I also thought that some of the questions were unfair for the equity lessons that were posted. I don't think they were germane to some of the content. Now, I understand that things are interpreted in different ways. I said, but, I tried to step back and avoid the defensive piece, and I said, maybe I need to do a little self-evaluation as far as how I have communicated what my overall intent has been for this division. And so I started wondering, I said, if those comments are coming out, then obviously either someone has not listened to things that we have communicated, or I have not communicated it effectively. And so as a member of this board and a leader of Amherst County Public Schools, I will not promote a position that does not encourage individual student achievement or recognize that we have all been blessed with a varying array of talents and gifts, and that because of those blessings, we will undoubtedly travel many different paths in our life. And as a division, I believe we are here to support our students on those endeavors and equip them with the tools to be successful. So in my approach to give a clear and concise response to most of those questions, and I redirect to the Board of Supervisors, I feel comfortable. I would like to make a motion, a directive to this board, or on behalf of this board, and I'll read it now as a motion, Madam Chair. I move that the Amherst County School Board ban student instruction and employee professional development within Amherst County Public Schools that by its concepts promote that one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex, that an individual by virtue of the individual's race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, that an individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partly because of the individual's race or sex, that an individual by virtue of the individual's race or sex bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of that race or sex, and that an individual is inherently bound to a predetermined role or outcome in society based on their individual characteristics. And in the event that this uncertainty regarding whether or not instruction or employee professional development might violate the terms of this ban, then the content of such will be evaluated by a process determined by this board in consultation with the superintendent, prior to the implementation of said instruction or employee professional development. And I think that, I know that's a motion, but I think that sends a clear message back, in my opinion, and greatly rebuffs a lot of the questions that were posted out there. Madam Chair, I've made a motion.
Discussion really quick.
It has to be seconded before discussion.
I'll second.
And properly motioned and second,
No,
and now we have discussion.
Where are these questions?
on their Facebook page.
page.
They're on the county website.
I think I just saw it the other day. I mean.
They just released it
Yeah, they just released
Tuesday,
And I didn't.
like 2 days ago. So, and I was gonna bring that to your, and I can certainly find them an email to you as well.
To your motion, I will say, we talk about the issues of our day are difficult to talk about and they're difficult to process through. You heard me say tonight that our social emotional standards that are being put to us from the Virginia Department of Education, from my perspective, have some things that are a little troubling. And not all of it, but some of it. And I think the piece that troubles me, and I believe a lot of citizens, go to the point that your motion has made, is, just there are issues that our society has to deal with. But within our classroom, within our students, when they're sitting in those chairs, they need to be assured that they are all valued. And we don't want any one of our students to feel put upon. And I think your motion says it well, based on any characteristic that they don't have any control over. I would be in support of the motion. Because I think that piece would address some of the social emotional standards, and then we would perhaps have some authority on some of those standards of how they are taught. Because I don't want those types of things in our classrooms. So I think your motion goes very well to the heart of the issue that I think is difficult to talk about and to handle, that causes that division. And if we can get beyond that and have some common ground, I think that would be a good thing. And I think we're talking about two things here, Madam Chair. I think we're talking about his motion. I think we have to talk about the question, so.
Well, this is about the motion, I think. Right.
Yeah, you gotta deal with the motion.
Mr. Casey? I'm just asking, someone else has a question?
No.
Good.
Ms. Bird?
I'm trying to find everything on my
No,
phone.
we're talking about.
The motion.
The motion.
Motion.
Supervisor said.
Motion.
Yeah, I saw it earlier. I
Yeah.
just didn't realize it was concerning questions like this.
Well,
so.
it's not quite, but Mr. Greiser brought this about because, well, you can explain how it's going about.
Well, I was just,
You just gave it to me tonight, so I can't
sure.
explain.
Frankly, I looked at, in my approach, I feel like we're defending our position as far as that. One, I don't necessarily agree with some of the questions as how the equity lesson was presented. And I just, in my opinion, I'm making a clear and concise statement to address the concerns of the community that have put those questions forward.
Okay. I just want you to clarify that.
Yes,
That-
ma'am.
That
Absolutely.
this is not what we're doing. The equity lessons were not what is being.
Yeah. So
Oh, I concur.
That's right. And also, I believe, Mr. Greiser, you can address
That understanding how it fits within all of the things that Mr. Gallagher has talked to you guys about tonight as well with the training of our teacher. Like, we certainly don't want to do anything that's antithetical to those things either.
Absolutely,
And so
absolutely.
He had taken great pains to make sure that that doesn't butt up against each other as well.
Yes, but if it does, I think we're going to have some tough conversations.
Sure.
Because if we don't want, I know our policy talks about controversial issues, that they should be in the classroom without, if we have to talk about those difficult conversations, free from bias, prejudice, or coercion. We have policy about our work environment for our teachers. And so we've got to consider everyone. I know we have a policy about the Pledge of Allegiance, and some people would be adamantly opposed to that if we were to say everybody has to do that. But we allow students to have freedom to not participate in the Pledge of Allegiance. So there's got to be some room that we can have conversations about people's beliefs and their political ideologies and what freedoms they have. So it may be that we have to talk with the attorney about it at that time. But I'm not comfortable with just saying, well, we're going to pass this, but then if the state tells us that we have to treat people with discrimination, that we're going to do that. I'm not.
I don't think the state's ever going to say that. We got too many things. It seems like we got too many things on the plate here. I'm confused. But your point's taken. But what Mr. Greiser has brought, and he's explained why he brought that. What are we saying as a board to that? We had a motion.
I seconded it.
You seconded it. Yeah. Is there any more discussion? Here with Ms.
And
Thompson's
Mr. Greiser, I want to make sure that you're not talking, this is not a policy.
No, it's a directive. Policy. We'd have to follow the.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody understands that.
And I also want to say that, I think this would address some of the concerns that we have had with some of the lessons that we've seen with performance-based assessments, as well as some of our themes in our English classes. I think that it won't address all of the concerns, but it will address some of them.
Once again, you're talking about this motion.
I'm sure I'm ready to call the question.
Okay, I just wanted to see if anyone else. Terry, all right.
I think it goes right along with our Every Child, Every Day. We're looking out for everybody here.
That's the bottom line.
Mr. Greiser, I believe you did a fine job summing it up. Thank you.
So we have a motion from Mr. Cassisi.
Mr. Greiser.
Sorry, and a second. And we've had discussion. Everybody comfortable? All in favor? Okay. And that's with, let us be clear what this intention is. Anybody opposed? Motion carries from Mr. Greiser. And where were we?
Now we're talking about Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay, I think different people were talking. We passed, where have we gotten here?
I'm trying to remain professional with that as far as whether you should go or not. Is that what you were?
What I'm at.
Yeah.
May I say something? A thought I had would be, I do think that there's value in the public understanding. Could we take the 25 questions and perhaps narrow them down and put them in context and create some good questions? Have them here, and we can have public comment here. Board of Supervisors could be welcome to come and listen. But I believe that this information needs to be, we need to hear it. It's not.
That was my point. This
Yeah,
is your.
we need to hear it. We need to make
information.
decisions. So that's where I think the discussion needs to be. My personal opinion is here.
This would be the appropriate. I would agree.
Now, if what we do does not satisfy the public, yeah, they have the right to go to Board of Supervisors, but if we're doing it the way I believe we should, this is where you start.
Well, I'd already decided I wasn't going to have this discussion tonight if I'm going to have it on Tuesday. The invitation was given. Dr. Arnold, did you accept it? Because it must be, it's out there on the web that we're coming.
Well,
and it is, yes, it is the board's final say, but it sounds like the horse is already out of the barn.
Well, I don't think it
Unless
has to
you
be
wanted
that
to.
way. I think you guys can say, this is how we want to
Yeah.
do this. Like I said, my first statement was I work at your pleasure, and school issues should be dealt with by the school board. I think that there could be some discussion with them about how you want it to occur, as opposed to just saying, this is how you're gonna come do it, and that's that. Because that's how it was presented.
That's right.
Madam Chair, so I just want to clarify the announcement that was made on the or on the Facebook page, that the Board of Supervisors is gathering information apparently about this, and that, Madam Chair, you and Dr. Arnold have been invited to attend. So that's what the announcement does say. Just wanted to make that clear.
That's correct.
I feel like, yeah, I don't like that it was a last minute announcement that was made on Facebook, but that's how this world is now. I feel like it's got to be here. We've talked about this since January, I think.
That's correct.
At every board meeting. And we have given the public opportunity to be heard at every board meeting. They're gathering information. They're not going to respond. They're not, as far as I know, it's, it's information. So I don't know what the end result of that's supposed to be. So I'm in agreement. I mean, I wasn't insulted or anything, but I'm in agreement that I think that information should be shared here in this forum with this board. And parents are always welcome to come and share their opinion and comments and email questions and gather information that they want. So, what is it?
When did they contact you? Did you find out because it popped up on
They,
Facebook or?
No, they had been going back and forth about it amongst themselves the week prior. And then they had a board meeting on the Tuesday. And then by that, late that week, they asked if I would do that. And then that came out on Tuesday.
Yeah, this past
Tuesday, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I would like to see, perhaps Dr. Arnold, you and Ms. Liggins sitting down with Mrs. Moore and Mr. Rogers and having a conversation. Say, yes, we want to be open, we want to share, but I'm fine with making a motion so that the board would prefer that we do that here.
Well, it depends on, like I said, I'm not gonna have this conversation twice, I'd already decided. The invitation was extended and you accepted or not, did you?
I told them I would.
Okay.
But that doesn't,
So,
look,
that's what I'm trying to say.
But I
Now,
don't-
to have this, and I'm just gonna be one person saying this, to have that conversation, I don't care which arena it is. If we have it here, here it be the physical building, but on the terms of the school board, we've already done that, I thought. We've already had those conversations.
True.
We've already answered those questions, not perhaps as we wanted to, some months back. I thought we put out some things on the web pages about the equity lessons. I thought parents sent you notes, emailed you. I thought we'd been down this road. So we're talking about two different things. At this time, for what I perceived, and I haven't talked to anyone other than you and other people who thought about telling me, I was under the impression that they wanted at their meeting for you to give a presentation, so to speak, or to answer questions.
To answer those questions.
Yeah. So, once again, I'm just one person. It's up to the board unanimously or not to say that Dr. Arnold is going there. And I will go with him because my name was on it, or not. And I would do whatever you all want. But to have another conversation here at a school board meeting is not a solid thing. Just my personal opinion.
Have they requested you before to come speak to them on like different subjects, or is this like really out of the norm?
I've never, I've never had that happen.
And I know Ms. Liggins is more than capable of going, but I don't feel right. I mean, I look at this as a team approach.
Right.
And it really, I mean, that's what bothers me is I don't know what I surely hope it's a genuine gesture. I don't know what it might turn into, and I don't feel comfortable we've had the discussion, it's been going on since January.
Right.
I mean, if there's motion on the table, if that's an official motion to have it here, then I second it, if that's what you did, Ms. Thompson.
And how I mean, we've heard from a lot of people on this. I just do not understand why it's still being stirred this way, I guess. I would agree. If we're going to entertain it, it needs to be here.
So I guess to clear the confusion, I guess, Madam Chair, I make a motion that if this discussion is to be held with the Board of Supervisors, it be done in a school board meeting. And that you all not participate in the Tuesday Board of Supervisors meeting.
I would second that.
We have a, excuse me, motion on the table and a second. Any discussion?
I would just like to state that we already stated we were going to go there and then back out of it. It doesn't look good, and also I have a big concern about them holding our purse strings.
I would hope they're not going to
Just putting
be,
it out there.
they're not going to hold, I would hope that they would be a little bit more professional and not hold education back, because they just want to answer. We're just saying, let's do it in the right environment,
Yes.
in the right setting.
Yeah, you're not saying we're not gonna have the conversation.
Glad to talk to them.
But I agree, it's a board discussion, it's all of us, not just one or two of y'all. So.
To the governing body for the schools.
Right.
I think that's what y'all are saying.
Any other discussion before we?
Well, we're, if the school board doesn't agree with something they've got going on, or we have questions of something they've got going on, we go to them, ask them the questions. I agree with this. I agree that they should come here and talk to us about it. So, yeah.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind elaborating, you said you wouldn't mind having a conversation.
No, I said I wasn't gonna have two conversations.
Two conversations. Yeah.
You know, once I got the 25 questions, I wasn't gonna discuss them at one time. So my comments tonight is the pleasure of the board is making a decision now. And I will, at this time, we're in discussion, but the motion has been made. I'm not backing down as chair. I will do what is the pleasure of the board. I'm just one person. I do agree on several things that have been said, but I'm not going to have the discussion but one time. So, any more discussion? If not, we shall have a vote on this. The vote, I guess, as Madam Parliamentarian is Dr. Arnold in the chair attending or not attending? Is that
No, the motion is that if this discussion is gonna be had, it's gonna be had by
school board meeting.
the school edit under the guise of the school board.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
think that
Let's
gives
say
us-
that out loud.
I think that gives us an opportunity to where it's not just you two having to answer questions.
Right.
We can have a very
Right.
transparent conversation about what we have learned from the public and what we have done.
Right.
You know, it's a team effort instead of it just calling out two people.
Well, it would be fair.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it'd be the same format, but you're saying just changing the venue.
Well, and I think probably that we could work through the questions in a way to give them information. If they're seeking information and they want the answers, I can give them answers. And then if they still want to come discuss it, then I guess that's another avenue.
Okay, then, Madam Parliamentarian, where are we now? We're in the voting. I'm keeping up, don't mess this up.
Yes, ma'am.
Mess this up. All right, all in favor of, someone quote what we're actually saying here formally. Mr. Riser, would you like to?
The motion is that if the school board is going to have a discussion with the Board of Supervisors regarding equity lesson or other school policies, that it be done in the school board setting, and that we're requesting that the chair and the superintendent do not attend the Tuesday board of supervisors meeting for the purpose that's advertised. I guess that'd be the right way to say it.
Well said. And we have already had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I just want to state that I want to abstain because I haven't figured out all what's going on yet.
Okay. All right, so what's next?
So you got some dates.
Well, with that,
I will have the conversation with the county administrator, my
Probably.
counterpart.
yeah, I don't need to say properly, but we don't want the first time they hear it is in the paper. But that they hear it from you.
A very well-written paper, Justin.
I mean, that's what's wrong now. Everybody's hearing pieces of things. So let's make sure it's a direct telephone, if you don't mind, to
My first thing.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, one thing that, maybe I need to make a motion on this. Do we need to send an invitation, not just say to them, you won't come, but to invite them?
Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The teamwork
Sure.
concept.
Yeah, but I think we need to kind of lay out the parameters between the two before anything, yeah.
I'm just worried about the perception of it, but if there's a formal invitation and
Oh,
goodwill.
And I'd be happy to entertain, like, if we had a joint meeting.
Joint meeting or something, yeah.
It's not on our date, it's not on their date, it's something that we agreed to, and it's amenable to everybody, but that's just a thought.
Yeah, that's good. I don't want to interpret it as a riff or anything. I'm just, what's appropriate and what's not.
Okay. We good?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you, Doctor? Number 4?
I got some dates that y'all would be interested in.
Yes.
Well, we decided on May 18th. May 19th is the National Honor Society Tassel Ceremony. May 25th, which you have an actual invitation regarding the Golden A ceremony. We have done some manipulating, and we have a couple of different ceremonies going on at the same time, so we can meet requirements that we have on social distancing for the Golden A ceremony on May 25th. May 26th is our retirement recognition here, which is a Wednesday night. Y'all had all agreed to be able to move that from May 27th, which is the Laurel graduation. We have 2 graduates in the Laurel program, and that's always a nice thing. And May 28th, we have the Amherst County High School graduation at Williams Stadium, Liberty University. Remember, June 8th at 9 a.m., we'll do norms and governance training with the VSBA, and June 11th is the last day of school.
How long is the training on the 8th?
3, 4
hours?
The morning, yeah. It's here. And we can send out another email with this. These are the same things that were in the board report. I think minus the Golden A, because that decision hadn't been made. But the Golden A is the 25th. That is it.
What's the, so many restrictions. What's the participation, the attendance restriction on that?
Right now, we're allowed 30% of the capacity in the room, so. The gym, so you can have 30% of that, which is 276.
Y'all doing a RSVP kind of thing? Is that to get an attendance?
Well, this year, for the Golden A, we have 75 recipients, which is great, but it also means that that's a lot of people.
Yes.
And, you know, and that was the biggest issue, and so we're going to split those in half at the same time and do them simultaneously.
Okay.
cafeteria and?
Gym, I believe.
Right now, we're using the gym, and we're debating between the cafeteria and the auditorium.
So if we come forward,
What
do
do you
we
choose?
split our?
Yeah, I would, that's how we would, that's how we're gonna do it. I think I'm gonna go where my son is, but I think everybody else is definitely split. Might be the expectation.
Closer to the time, if
Yeah.
if you want us to split up particularly somewhere for everybody to be represented.
And that's all I have?
Well, we're moving, lateness of the hour, we will still want to hear from board members, we still need to know what's going on. Let's start, Mr. Terry.
Yes, ma'am. So, the STEM Academy has, we recently had our internship presentations, the senior recognition, the CBCC graduation has been going on for the past 2 hours. I've kind of kept a watch on that just to see all of our students graduate. They have been just as busy as everybody else with getting all their little things done. And unfortunately, they have to do a lot of their stuff, like I said, virtually, but they weren't able to get their seniors together to do their senior recognition. Just nobody could come to it and watch it. We had to sit on Zoom or whatever it was to watch it. I have been able to go up to the high school and attend the last improv. It was great. Loved it, Colson. It was awesome. Gone to several of the tennis matches. Reagan, there you go, girl. Looked good. We also attended the football and the cheerleading banquet. They did a really good job of doing that in the stands, keeping everybody as separate as they could. Pretty good food and good seeing people out and about and doing things and not just sitting on Zoom call. So those were great. As far as tonight's meeting, to be able to see the support staff recognitions, 41 years here and still picking, that's great. That's great. Mr. Jones should be definitely commended, and Ms. Payne for all their work. That's a great thing. And Mrs. Matheny, the Teacher of the Year, just listen to Ms. Scott talk about her. You could just tell how much Ms. Scott thinks of her. It's awesome to hear the recognition of teachers and everyone. Colson and Reagan, good luck to both of you next year. You've done a great job representing the school. You laid some fine groundwork for the next group to come through. So VCU will be glad to have you, Reagan, and looking forward to seeing you, JMU, there, Colson.
Yes, sir.
And have a good time. I would like to just thank Mrs. Clinton for coming again and speaking. Like I said, we always like to hear from our people of our community, those who are with us, those who are against us, those who are got whatever opinion they'd like to hear. The Math Pathways program, that's so many people just, they think math is done and that I graduated and I'm done. Until they get into the real world and realize that they use it all the time. So anything that we can do to make better experienced math people when they graduate is where we need to be. So that program looks like it's going to be very useful. I like it. And the summer school program, y'all got 600 kids coming already. That's going to be phenomenal. Unfortunately, they have to come because maybe they didn't get all that they needed this year. But at least it's available for them. I'd hate to think that because this was such a screwed up year, that they didn't get what they needed and we didn't have anything available for them. So being able to see the effort that you guys are putting into getting this straight is a great thing. It speaks volumes for our community. And Dr. Arnold, the Superintendent of the Year award, I think looking back to where we were, like I said, 13 or 14 months ago, we had a lot of communities looking to see what Amherst County was doing. And that speaks volumes to your abilities. think you would have gotten the award even if they didn't inherit it. They didn't give it to everybody. But so many other communities were wondering what's Amherst doing before they made a decision. And I think you and your staff have done a phenomenal job with that, so thank you very much. And that's my report.
Thank you so much.
Well stated.
Mr. Grasp?
Well, as far as committees, I think we covered that earlier with Dr. Wills. I'd like to thank or congratulate Mr. Jones, Ms. Payne, and Ms. Athene on their recognition this year. Absolutely outstanding. I know my wife had the opportunity to work with Ms. Payne in those clinics, and she was her gopher is what I call her. But she ran around and helped her get the shots, and it's a very rewarding thing. And I know she's very well deserving, and they all are, for those recognitions. And I appreciate their contributions to this division. Reagan Colson, thank you guys. I'm bad at goodbyes, but actually we meet all summer, so don't think this is the last meeting. You guys can keep coming, at least to college. So, but thank you all for your contribution and what you brought, keeping us grounded with the student community, and thank you all for that. Ona, and thank you for your public comments. Again, opinions, they're great to receive. It helps us process information. Dr. Arnold, thank you for everything that you've done with the leadership, and that recognition is well deserved. And I totally drowned out the last part where all the other superintendents got it. To me, you were up there, so on the hill. But thank you so much for your leadership during this trying time. The math comment, absolutely. When I went into law enforcement, I thought that I said, I won't use that. And then I got to doing crash reconstruction, and I was 7 pages of math trying to figure out how a commercial motor vehicle, if they had enough time to stop or not. Let me tell you, whew. But math is extremely important in everyday life. So look, I really appreciate Ms. Smith's explanation of that tonight more than you'll know. So thank you so much. And then finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention 2 people that I've had the pleasure of having interaction with that are no longer with us. And that's one is Ms. Woodruff. I can tell you my frequent stops when I worked up on that mountain. I really enjoyed the smile and the reception that I got when I walked in that shop to get lunch, and I really appreciated that, and she will be missed. And Dr. Nichols, I had the pleasure of working with him in my capacity at the Sheriff's Office, as Faulkner stated, and when he texted me last night, I actually got to looking through my phone, and I very rarely delete message conversations, but I sent this to him, but we didn't put it out there. But to speak for the man, the kind of man that he was, the last text I got from him when we were talking about running for school board, and he said, "You call, and I'm there. Good luck." And I just really resonated with me, and good man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to say a big thank you and congratulations to Mr. Robert Jones, Mrs. Payne, Miss McDeany. Again, big part of what makes Amherst what it is today. We appreciate everything they do for us. Also, a thank you to Colson and Reagan, our student reps. Thank you guys for all your work this year and taking time out of your night to come sit with us old people. We appreciate it. And also best wishes to you two, truly, for your next chapter in your life, the path you're going to be taking. I truly wish you guys both the best, and I encourage you to do whatever you want to do. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. You are still always going to be Lancers.
Right.
Also, thank you to Ms. McLean. Always a pleasure when she comes speaks with us. Thank you to Paige Regan for her email for us here tonight. And that should be all. Thank you so much.
Ms. Wright?
Okay, so for committee report, the last governor's school meeting was last week, and I could not attend due to a personal reason, so unless...
I was in a conference.
You were in a conference, so I believe that was the last, was that the last one for the year? Okay, so I guess I have no update there. And yes, following up on my colleagues to congratulate, I think they may all be gone, the recipients of the recognition awards, and that speaks a lot to their dedication and hard work, so congratulations. Colson and Reagan, our student reps, appreciate your service. Loved hearing your feedback as to what you learned. Hope you'll take this little window into government and use it in your life as you go away from here. And I wish you well in your endeavors. I'm looking forward to hear about your success. And just to Dr. Norman, I just wanted to say publicly, and Ms. Jennings, is her title doctor too? I'm sorry. Okay, so Dr. Jennings and Dr. Norman, you sent some data to me that I specifically requested, and I understand it took a lot of hard work, so I just want to publicly acknowledge that I do appreciate that. So at the beginning of the meeting, I wrote down one of my favorite quotes, and wanted to say something about that. It's actually on a poster in my office, and it says, "Teamwork makes the dream work." And team was mentioned several times in comments tonight, and I wanted to say something about that because not only the teamwork inside of the school system, you and your staff making all of this work, I feel like the board and the administration, the teamwork is very important, and that it doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect. It doesn't mean we agree on everything or have the same viewpoints, but that respectfully we get to the same goal, which is doing the best we can for Amherst County Public School System. So I'm proud of the teamwork of this county.
Well said.
Oh, and I'm looking forward to graduation too. So I said.
Let me add that to mine. So, yeah, let me congratulate those that were recognized earlier, Sports Staff Teacher of the Year. You know, I've heard a lot of good things about each one of those people, and I think it was very well deserved. Went to the improv, loved the improv. That was so much fun. Lion King's coming up, and I think everybody needs to try to go see that. These guys are talented. I just love. I can't wait to get the new auditorium so we can really knock this thing out of the park here. But we got some talent coming up. Colson Reagan, thank you guys for all you do. You guys are trying to go far. I'm looking forward to seeing where life takes you. I want to say great job. Dr. Wells, you were the man over all of it or what, but whatever happened with that vaccination clinic was amazing. I mean, everybody in the community that I've ever talked to, people working it, it was one of the best ran operations of most anything. And yeah, graduation is always a fun time. It takes me back. I live vicariously through you guys.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to say really quick, I forgot.
Yeah.
We have this wonderful, say my name, book here that was presented us tonight. I just wanted to say thank you to Glenwood Early, and can't wait to start reading it. Thank you so much.
Cece, you good?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
We'll keep it short. We just want to say ditto for what everybody said. Wanted to say congratulations to Mr. Jones, Mrs. Payne, and Mrs. Matheny, and Dr. Arnold to you. You know, you said in the years to come, people may know that every superintendent got it, but here in our county, we will know just you got it. And I know we need to get a frame and put that on there, because that's a great accomplishment. Because I think you have taken a lead across the state. You've done a wonderful job of getting us back to school. I appreciate that very much. Reagan and Colson, thanks for joining us and working with us. I know you've worked hard all of your years at school, but especially this year, just keeping things going and communication and enthusiasm going. It's just been wonderful listening to you and your refreshing perspectives and attitudes. So thank you very much. I had one question about the equity lesson survey. I guess we'll be getting results.
Yeah, we're putting on all that. I think we probably do it, whatever kind of format we might have to move forward with what we just talked about. Yeah.
But just look forward to all the celebrations at the end of the year. Thank you all for what you've done. It's been a wonderful year.
And I'm like Ms. Thompson, I'm going to use those ditto signs of We have had a wonderful meeting, had a lot going on, a lot of good things are going on, a lot of good information has come forward. Once again, I would like to congratulate all of those who received honors tonight, and Dr. Alma and all of those who teachers of the year and support staff of the year. And surely we will miss these two young people here, but you're on to better things. And I hope that Lancelot has prepared you for your journey.
Absolutely.
Just before I close, what time do you want to go to school in Amherst?
10 a.m.
Yeah, we know. I just been waiting to ask that.
Yeah, we don't want the survey.
I thought I better ask a high school student that already knows a little something about it. We're excited about Laurel coming up. We do have 2 students, and I plan to be there. We have an invitation here. I did have a meeting last week, and Ms. Davis was there as well on Zoom. We improved the budget, and enrollment is down a little bit there, but that's things to be accomplished there. So Laurel is in good shape. I was able to get to 2 of the schools for lunch distribution. It happened during my exam week, so I couldn't do as much as I wanted to, but I want to thank all those who participated and was able to do that. I've been just enjoying myself on the softball field, and my life is just as happy as it can be. Some of these things don't bother me when I'm seeing my young people out there hitting the ball and winning and all that, so that's the way I operate. As far as going forward, we will do whatever we have to do to stay with the practice of every child every day. That's all I'm going to say about anything. That's the only reason I'm here, really. I will answer questions if they're appropriate, and whatever Dr. Arnold sets up with the Board of Supervisors, I will be there to support you. Now we're a team and we're supporting each other. As long as we have the properly, I don't want anybody to think that we're backing out, because I have no intention of backing out of answering anything anybody wants to know. I will not, however, have a public spectacle for those questions. So joint board meeting sounds more appropriate to me than coming to a school board meeting. And that would just be the direction as chair that I would ask you to go respectfully. And anybody that's listening tonight, we will do whatever we need to do to have peace in this county. For whatever reason that we are not at peace, which I don't know that we aren't, we're answering the questions that we can. And with that said, I'm just about through. I am still saddened by Dr. Nichols. I don't want to leave that out. He's a good friend. He and I sit down many a time. He and I got lost in Williamsburg together. Anybody been with me knows we can do that. And I said, Dr. Nichols, I believe we've been around Williamsburg about 3 times. He said, Ms. Lynn, you told me where to go. I said, I know that won't good. But anyway, we will miss him, and I believe his service will be held tomorrow. I see him when we're joining him. But if not, let us think about him in a good way. And it's been 5 great superintendents under my little tiny time, and I've enjoyed myself and learned something from all 5. Still learning something. So let us go forward tonight. We're getting ready to go into a closed session, but let us leave on the right accord. I'm not preaching, but let's not go out and say anything that didn't happen. Let's not go out and say anything that didn't transpire. Let us try to get the message across in the right way. Dr. Allen, anything else before we go into closed session? If not, the board will entertain the reason to go into closed session.
All right, pursuant to section 2.2-3711A2 and A7 of the Code of Virginia, it is recommended the board convene a closed meeting for the following: A2 student matter and A7 legal matter.
Okay, do we need a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor, we are in closed session. Thank you so much.
Aye.
Thank all those who be gone.
Hi, and welcome to our 2021 Winter Sports Virtual Pep Rally.
Thank you all so much for joining. I just want to give a big shout out to all of our Amherst Middle School coaches for the winter season. First, we have our coach for cheerleading, Ms. Heather Davila. We have our coach for boys basketball, is Mr. Cody Tatlock. And our coach for girls basketball is Ms. Terry Campbell. So thank you very much to all of our coaches. Also, we have a couple of students that were not able to be here today present at the virtual pep rally. One of those is from our boys basketball team, Antonio Parrish. Good job, Antonio. Great season. And then also one from our girls basketball team, Brooke Tasker. Great job, Brooke. And she was actually a member of our team from Manelson Middle School. So great job, Brooke. So fantastic seasons, guys. And we can't believe it's over already, but awesome job. Go Cougars!
guard, and I play mostly every position for the Amherst Middle School basketball team. I participate in football B team for the Amherst High School. My favorite subject has to be art because it helps me try new things and build my creativity. My favorite big three is responsibility because it helps me mature and take responsibility for my actions.
My name is Jake Casey and I play center for the boys basketball team. I'm in the 8th grade. I participate in the FFA, which stands for the Future Farmers of America. My favorite subject is ag science because I like my teacher and I learn interesting stuff. My favorite big three is respect because you gotta earn it.
My name is Christian Proctor. I'm in 8th grade and I play forward and center for the AMS basketball team. I participate in soccer. My favorite subject is math because it's what has taught me the most this year. My favorite of the big three is respect because you have to have respect for your teammates and for yourself.
My name is Ashton Bryant. I'm in 8th grade and I'm the shooting guard for the boys basketball team. I am the soccer and I'm striker. Math because you can use it in your everyday life. Respect because I like being respected and giving respect to everybody else.
My name is Levi Campbell and I'm in the 7th grade and I play point guard for the AMS Cougars.
My name is Riley Lane. I'm in 6th grade and I play point guard for the Amherst Cougars.
My name's Dylan Leftwich. I'm in 7th grade and I play forward for Amherst Cougars.
My name is Jack Casey. I'm in the 7th grade and I play shooting guard for the AMS basketball team.
I'm Jaheem Jones. I'm in the 6th grade and I play shooting guard for the AMS basketball team.
We are AMS Boys Basketball.
My name is Calla Christian. I'm in 8th grade and I play for the AMS girls basketball team. I participate in volleyball and travel softball. My favorite subject is math because it's straightforward and it's always been easy to me. My favorite is responsibility because keeping up with having good grades and playing 3 sports at the same time, it takes a lot of responsibility.
I'm Mackenzie Patchett. I'm in 7th grade and I play point guard for Amherst Cougars. I'm Kinsley Wilson. I'm in 6th grade and I play forward for Amherst girls basketball. My name is Ainsley Terry. I'm in 7th grade and I'm a guard.
My name is Claire Meeks. I'm in 6th grade and I play forward. My name is Ava Packer. I'm in 6th grade and I'm a forward. I'm Rachel Bryant and I am in 6th grade and I play center for Amherst girls basketball.
We are Amherst girls basketball.
My name is Amir and I'm captain of the AMS cheer team. I play soccer. My favorite subject would have to be reading because I'm really good at reading and I also like writing. My favorite of the big three would have to be resilience because I think it's really important to bounce back whenever you're at your lowest.
My name's Olivia Jordan. I'm in 8th grade and I participate in cheerleading. It has to be history because I'm really good at it and I just think it's really interesting. Probably respect because treat others the way you want to be treated and I want to be treated with respect.
I'm Soraya and I'm in 8th grade and I'm the co-captain of the AMS cheer team. Track. I do track. My favorite subject is probably science because I like hands-on experiments. Respect because I want to treat others the way I want to be treated.
My name is Shaklo and I'm in 8th grade. I'm a co-captain on the AMS cheer team, piano and singing. My favorite subject would have to be history because I find it really interesting. My favorite is respect because I think it's important that we treat each other with respect and treat each other equally.
My name is Denasia. I'm in 8th grade and I am a co-captain of the AMS cheer team. I also participate in soccer. My favorite subject is history because I think the past is very interesting and there's a lot to be learned from it. My favorite is resilience because I think it's very important for people to be able to bounce back or recover from any situation.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm in 8th grade and I'm a cheerleader at AMS, Iron Girls. My favorite subject is math because it's fun and it comes easy to me. My favorite is resilience because when people knock me down, I get back up.
My name is Hannah and I'm in 8th grade and I'm on the cheer team. I like dancing and horseback riding. I like math because it's fun and I think it's easy. Probably respect because if you give respect, you'll get it back.
My name is Sienna. I'm in 7th grade and I am a cheerleader on the AMS cheer team.
My name is Shakayla. I am in 7th grade and I am a co-captain of the cheer team.
My name is Kaylee. I am in 6th grade and I am a cheerleader on the AMS cheer team.
I'm Michaela, I'm in 6th grade, and I'm a part of the AMS cheer team.
We are AMS Cheer!
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bank of the James, for partnering with Amherst County Public Schools.
Welcome to our gallery!
This is Mrs. Reed's grandmother, Helen Mundy Wood. She started learning in a tiny one-room school. She was the first black graduate of Lynchburg College. She was a teacher and she taught thousands of students in the Amherst County. She was smart, she was brave, she worked hard. We honor Mrs. Helen Mundy Wood, our local hero.
Thank you so much for being a part of our MHES gallery. This Freedom Walk is so inspirational to all of us. And our students here at Madison Heights Elementary School was given the opportunity to express themselves through art, which is what a wonderful way for all of us to show how things are going on around us in our community, how we need to express ourselves, and showing that we care about what's going on in the world, and pray that one day we'll all have peace.
The students at Madison Heights Elementary School were able to use their voices through artwork. Every artist has a message, and our students have some really clear messages that they wanted to share with the students and the families of our community. The most important thing is that every student's voice matters. Thank you.
This piece of artwork inspires me the most. And when I was looking at it, it seems like it would be somewhere of a comic strip. And in the background, I did not notice this until I read the bottom. In the background, there turns out to be a kid that looks like to be planning a shooting. But at the bottom, it says a message about that school shootings are preventable if you know the signs and know how to help people. My mom actually was, I wouldn't say a victim, but she was in the same school as a school shooting one day, and it just kind of scarred her.
Okay. I like this one because it shows that it's about love and that your skin color can be different. Except for this one. Yeah, like that one. This is like me and Destiny because we're best friends. Yeah, that's up, and then that's about it.
Hi, once again, it's Dr. McGinnis at Madison Heights Elementary School. So today what you had an opportunity to see was a gallery walk created by our students, basically letting everybody know what they know about Black History Month, but even more what they know about standing up together as one voice. As you take the walk and with them through the Black History Gallery, you will see a lot of opportunities where students are sharing their message. The message that as one, we can beat anything. Together, we can conquer anything. And you put it all together, we can break the change by standing together. So I hope you enjoy the gallery walk Hope you enjoyed all the hard work that our students and teachers put forward. We also want to thank the students from LU who pitched in and did a lot of great work. We got some wonderful teachers coming into us in the future, so they've joined in with our students and the staff here today to make the day a great day for all. Once again, remember, together we can do it. Standing together, we can break the change. Standing together, we can accomplish anything. Have a great day, and once again, come back and see us at Madison Heights Elementary School.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Hutchinson, and I'm the assistant principal at Madison Heights Elementary School. Along with Ms. Watkins and all of our students, our 4th grade students here today.
Fifth grade.
And 5th grade, yes. We do just want to thank everybody for coming out today and looking at our Freedom Gallery of Art. The kids have just done an amazing job, and so we just want to say thank you for that. Guys, Ms. Watkins, do you have anything?
Just thank you so much for, hopefully you will be inspired by looking at a beautiful video that will be coming to you soon. So thank you so much for being a part of our experience.
And kids, what do we say? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Banker Steel, for partnering with Amherst County Public Schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia Farm Bureau, for partnering with Amherst County Public Schools.
Hello, Elon Elementary readers. I am Rob Arnold, Superintendent of Amherst County Public Schools. I have a son who is a graduating senior, and I am happy to participate in the virtual reading month here at Elon Elementary, and I'm going to read a book to you today. And I'd just like to thank you for inviting me to do one of my most favorite things, and that is reading. So today I'm going to be reading to you the book called The Most Magnificent Thing. Before we get started, we probably ought to talk about the word magnificent. If you're not familiar with that word, let's think about a few synonyms that mean the same thing of magnificent. Can you think of any? How about excellent, or amazing, or spectacular, or marvelous? So this is going to be really exciting to find out what the most magnificent thing is. So, this is a regular girl and her best friend in the whole world. They do all kinds of things together. They race, they eat, they explore, and they relax. She makes things. He unmakes things. One day, the girl has a wonderful idea. She is going to make the most magnificent thing. Anybody have a prediction on what the most magnificent thing will be? Let's find out at the end of the book when we get there. See if you were right. So she knows just how it will look. She knows just how it will work. All she has to do is make it, and she makes things all the time. Easy peasy. First, she hires an assistant. Next, they gather their supplies, they set up somewhere out of the way and get to work. It doesn't look like they're out of the way, does it? The girl tinkers and hammers and measures while her assistant pounces and growls and chews. When she is finished, she steps back to admire her work. She walks around one side. Her assistant examines the other side. It doesn't look right. Her assistant picks it up and gives it a shake. It doesn't feel right either. They are shocked to discover that the thing isn't magnificent or good. It isn't kind of sort of okay. It's all wrong. The girl tosses it aside and gives it another go. She smooths, she wrenches and fiddles. Her assistant circles and tugs and wags. When she is finished, she stands up and takes a long look at it. Her assistant gives it a nudge with his paw. The thing is still wrong. She decides to try again. The girl saws and glues and adjusts. She stands and examines and stares. She twists and tweaks and fastens. She fixes and straightens and studies.
Second.
She was getting ready to do the certified
You have
count.
one job, Natalia, one job. It's getting late. That's all right.
We need a vote. Yes. Wait a minute, hold on a minute. Where was that? Oh, yes.
All in favor?
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, after the vote, certification of a closed meeting. Whereas the Amherst County School Board has convened in a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 22-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires certification by this school board that such a closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be resolved that the Amherst County School Board hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in this motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered. Motion to certify.
Make a motion to certify.
Second.
Now we call names, right?
Ms. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson. Yes. Mr. Cassisi.
Yes.
Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Ms. Bird. Yes. Mr. Greiser.
Yes.
Mr. Terry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we need someone to make a motion.
Oh, I make a motion that we approve superintendent's recommendation to release 3 students from compulsory attendance for religious reasons.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And now,
Make a motion to adjourn.
we're going to say that. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. All in favor? Good night. We're tired now.
Yeah, I have my wire on the pole. It's been there since February. I don't know when they're coming to hook it up. I thought that meant I was closed.